Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win. Phantom holds a massive 70% win rate on this specific map. It's a huge confidence boost that pairs well with his overall dominance in the head-to-head. Vortex will need to find a way to disrupt that momentum early. He's just not letting up, taking control of the series with the 3 straight. The top-rated player on the ladder is really showing his class. A strong answer here. Vortex proves he can hang with the favorite and get back into this. He's definitely not going to be an easy out today. Phantom is just too sharp, catching Vortex right as he tried to peek from the ramp. The #1 seed is definitely making a statement here. Vortex is showing a lot of grit here, cutting into the lead with a perfectly timed shot. He's certainly making his case as a legitimate threat today. A second straight for the challenger, who is refusing to let this game slide away. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that early deficit and brings us back to a dead heat. The odds are definitely shifting after that surge. Phantom regains the edge with a crisp delivery to move ahead. The top seed is reclaiming his ground here. A precise strike from the challenger puts everything back on equal footing. The gap in the rankings is practically non-existent at this point. Phantom edges ahead, taking a narrow lead in this battle. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are looking a bit shaky for the favorite right now. It's looking more like a contest than a blowout, though Vortex is fighting back. Let's see if the momentum holds. Phantom is currently sitting on a 21-15 record over the last day, and honestly that confidence is really starting to peak in this series. He's clearly recovered from those tougher matches earlier today and is now firmly in control. Phantom's pulling away now with a commanding 9-5 lead. He's certainly looking every bit the world #1 right now. What a fight. He nearly goes down, but manages to claw out a victory in a total scrap. Still, a tough hill for the challenger to climb. Phantom is really cruising now, leading 10-6. He's certainly leaning into the historical advantage here. Vortex finally secures one, narrowing it down to 7-10. He's really showing that he can hold his own against the favorite. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, as he looks poised to close this out quickly. His overall record in this rivalry strongly suggests he should be in the driver's seat. Vortex is refusing to let Phantom close this out, keeping the pressure high with that fast reaction. Completely untouched finish for Phantom, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Exactly the kind of performance the world #1 should deliver. A huge stop there to keep the dream alive for the underdog. Just enough to force another duel in this series. What a finish! Phantom secures the final blow and closes out the series. He really put on a display of raw speed with those quick reactions, capping off a very solid performance today. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Phantom are stepping onto fast aim to see who can claim victory today. What a scramble, both players were nearly depleted, but he managed to scrape through with a tiny bit of health. Phantom makes a quick adjustment and wipes him right off the ramp. The top seed is looking very sharp early on. Phantom typically wins about 60% of their encounters together. It's a huge historical advantage, but is not converting that map edge into early momentum. We'll see if the top seed can finally stabilize. Vortex is pushing forward with a tight 3-2 lead. Our top-ranked player is finally starting to flex that skill gap. Phantom is starting to take control, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex with those back-to-back rounds. Vortex holds a narrow edge, leading 4-3. The number 1 rated player is feeling a bit of pressure. And just like that, we are all square at 4 apiece. The world number 1 is showing some real composure now. Phantom is just too strong from the ramp, taking a really firm grip on this set. His recent 22 and 15 record today reflects this form. What a scrap. Vortex barely clings to life after that exchange to tie things up at 5 apiece. The top ranked player is truly feeling the pressure now. Phantom pulls ahead, reclaiming his slim 6-5 lead. He is playing exactly to his top seed status right now. We've got a deadlock at 6. Well, the pre-match predictions are holding up so far. Both players are trading rounds effectively, and now we just see who can break away in the second half. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom takes the lead, putting him up 7-6. The top player is steadily climbing back into the lead. Vortex answers back perfectly to bring us back to 7 apiece. The top 5 seed is proving a tough puzzle to solve. Phantom is utilizing that height advantage perfectly, shutting everything down from the toolbox. He's showing a lot of confidence, really playing the part of the league's best. Vortex is on fire lately, quickly picking Phantom off as he tried to hold that ramp. He's putting up a massive fight despite the rating gap. Vortex surges ahead, moving to a 9-8 advantage. He's showing some serious resilience despite those recent losses. Phantom claws back to make it a dead heat. The top-rated player is really fighting to keep his side of the ledger clean. Vortex is really putting on the pressure, now holding that ramp with total authority. A huge shift from their latest encounter on Blame Mappas. Absolute chaos now, they're neck and neck at 10 each. Both players have been remarkably consistent throughout this set. A classic shootout on the ramp, and Vortex comes out on top to really tighten the grip here. The number 5 seed is refusing to back down today. Completely effortless exchange. And now he's just one step from victory. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. Manages to keep his composure and secures a crucial stop to keep this series alive. The tension is absolutely peaking right now. Unbelievable speed, he shuts the door with a lightning fast flick to take the series. He just played the perfect game to take down the world #1. This is a huge result for the underdog. What a battle. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. Let's see if Vortex can keep up with the top-ranked Phantom in today's duel. Phantom maintains a strong 60% win rate in their lifetime head-to-head history against Vortex. This long-term dominance is exactly why he entered this duel as the clear favorite. He'll be looking to assert that authority early on. Phantom has the edge with a 2-1 lead. Vortex proves he can trade blows with the top seed. Phantom is really starting to stack up those rounds, leaving Vortex with a lot of ground to make up. The top seed on the ladder is showing his class today. Phantom now holds a narrow 3-2 lead. Vortex is clearly not intimidated by the world #1 today. Phantom at the perfect vantage point there, utilizing that height to secure another quick round. His overall career lead over Vortex is massive. Vortex has managed to take a few rounds in their last few meetings, showing he can definitely challenge the top seed. But right now, the scoreline is looking much more like the expected outcome. I mean, it's becoming a real struggle for him to get any momentum back. He's simply too fast right now, extending his lead to 6. The top seed is taking full control of this series. Another lightning fast reaction there. He's just relentlessly pushing this lead. He's just impenetrable right now, using the box to keep his opponent completely locked down. He's just putting on a show right now, wiping the floor with his opponent from that high ground. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, he's making this look way too easy. Vortex is fighting an uphill battle after that 6-round skid. Let's see if Vortex can respond. Phantom's just relentless, pushing his lead to 10. He's certainly living up to that #1 ranking today. Vortex is just completely outclassed here. He's staring down a massive deficit with no way back. He's certainly playing his part as the league's top-rated star. Simply a class act as he secures another round. He's just one away from finishing this. Vortex manages to knock him off the box for a vital point. A huge moment for the underdog to disrupt the flow. What a way to close it out. Phantom walks away with the series. He's simply too strong on this map. A total shutdown performance from the world #1. Welcome everyone! We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off in the arena to see who takes the win today. What a scramble! Both players took heavy damage, but Vortex managed to scrape by with a tiny sliver of health. Phantom holds a clear advantage in their head-to-head history. And with the top-rated player in the league currently controlling the pace, he looks very comfortable in this opening. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can flip the script. We're all squared up now as we head into round 5. The top seed is starting to exert some control. Vortex is putting up a real fight here, refusing to let the world #1 build any momentum. A surprising start considering how he struggled against this opponent recently. A high-stakes duel from the clouds. Phantom comes out on top in that battle for the high ground. A tough break after his victory on fast aim earlier. Vortex has reclaimed the lead, sitting 1 up on Phantom. It's a huge confidence boost for him after that tough loss on Dunes. Vortex is sitting on a nice window of momentum, having completely flipped the script from their last encounter where he was outclassed. And despite the gap on our ladder, he seems to have a real read on his opponent today. It's all about whether he can maintain this pressure into the double digits. Phantom manages to clear the ramp, bringing things back to a dead heat. It's an interesting turn of events as the odds actually leaned his way. Phantom is simply too quick from that Tetris spot, snatching another one for himself. That's a solid way to shake off the loss from fast aim. Vortex gets an impressive angle from the boost to keep his lead alive. A huge shift in energy from the total shutout we saw on Dunes. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. And honestly, he's doing exactly what people expected he would today. He's kept the pressure on and holds a slim advantage as we switch sides. Let's see who takes the lead now. Vortex is really pulling away now, leading 8-5. A truly dominant stretch from someone who usually plays a supporting role in this rivalry. Phantom tries to hide away on the Tetris, but he's just not seeing Vortex in time. It's a completely different story from that blowout on Dunes. The pressure is mounting as he puts together another impressive round. He's really defying the rankings today. He simply won't slow down, keeping his side completely clean and extending the run to 4. A total contrast to that blowout we saw on Dunes. Unbelievable precision. He's completely shut out the competition to reach match point. He closes it out with a final burst, securing a massive victory here. He just completely took over the server. This is a massive statement win against the world #1. Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Phantom are stepping onto orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this as the clear favorite with an all-time win rate of 63%. He's historically the much more reliable player in this rivalry. We have to see if that long-term experience can override the momentum Vortex has built in their most recent head-to-heads. Vortex is really starting to dominate this set. Our top-rated player is finally showing some teeth. The momentum has completely flipped. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now. The best player on the ladder is firmly in control now. Vortex is just one step ahead at 3-2. He's outplaying the #1 seed right now. Phantom claws back to tie it up at 3-3. The world #1 is certainly starting to assert his will. Unbelievable. He secures the kill from the ramp and somehow survives with just 6 health. He is showing exactly why he's ranked #1. Tough fight, but he closes it out without taking a single hit to extend his lead. His overall history against this opponent really starts to show. Completely flawless sequence there, and that makes 4 straight for the favorite. He's playing like the #1 seed today. Vortex holds his nerve to stop the slide and trim the deficit. That puts him in a great spot to potentially steal this set. He's staying aggressive and keeps the pressure up as we head toward the break. He's really heating up as we close out the first half. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and frankly, he's performing exactly as you'd expect from the world #1. He's keeping this close and staying composed despite some lucky plays from Vortex. Time to swap sides. Phantom has put together an incredibly strong run here to get his lead back to 3 rounds. It's exactly the kind of stability we expected from the top seed now. The pressure is entirely on Vortex to find a way back into this. Phantom's 3-round cushion is looking very secure. The experience in those 1,000+ head-to-head encounters is really paying off. The gaps between these engagements are getting shorter and shorter. It's becoming a total blur out there. Vortex has played a lot of games today, but the fatigue might be setting in. Another instantaneous kill as he simply refuses to let Vortex back into this game. He's just completely oppressive right now, and he's now just a single round away from victory. It's starting to look like another easy day for him. Absolute perfection. Phantom closes out the series with a stunning final sequence to take the win. It's just a total mismatch in raw reaction time today. Vortex had a few flashes of brilliance, but he simply couldn't keep up with those blink and you miss it kills. Welcome everyone. We've got a great matchup on red line today as Vortex takes on the heavily favored Phantom. Phantom holds a clear advantage in the head-to-head history, having won about 60% of their lifetime encounters. But Vortex seems to be shaking off those old trends today. It will be interesting to see if he can keep the pressure up. A real slugfest on the ramp that time. We've got a dead heat this early on. The top seed on the ladder is starting to assert himself. Vortex is simply untouchable, leading the tally 2-1. The #1 player in the world is definitely feeling the heat. Vortex is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 3-1. Squeezing out another clean win. He's really putting on a show right now. An absolute clinic here as he just keeps stacking up the victories. The top-rated guy in the league is really struggling to find answers. He just picks him right off the Tetris to extend his lead. Total role reversal from their most recent clash on orange. Phantom finally answers back with a clean trade to keep things interesting. Needed a moment to stabilize the pace for the world, #1. Vortex has already secured 7 rounds today, and honestly, he's really defying the odds here. It's a massive swing from the expected dynamic given how much the top seed usually dominates this rivalry. Let's see if he can push this lead into double digits. Vortex is just refusing to let up effortlessly, clearing him right off that ramp. A tough spot to be in for the league's top seed. Vortex is just cruising now, commanding a huge 8-3 gap. Vortex takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is putting on a showing that fits exactly how we expected him to start today. He's clearly in control here. Fresh start for both players. Phantom cuts the lead slightly, now trailing 8-5. Having a much better run than the 13-5 defeat he suffered today. A fierce battle between the two on the ramp, but he manages to carve out another win. The momentum is shifting back to the higher rated side. Just wipes the floor with him on the ramp, putting together a strong 3-game run. The gap in their ladder rankings is starting to show now. Unbelievable, he holds that high ground on the ramp to completely level the score. This fight is officially anyone's game now. He holds the line from the ramp again, taking a massive grip on this series. Pure aggression on display as the deficit finally disappears. Vortex secures the top spot again to bring the series back to a dead even split. A real battle of the titans with both players sitting at 9. Vortex quickly finds him on the ramp, grabbing the lead and putting some real pressure on the top seed. The momentum shift is stark compared to their last clash on orange. The streak is back on as he shuts everything down with another effortless point. The world #1 looks completely shaken. Phantom secures the point from the ramp, showing some real grit to stay in this. He needed to claw back around to keep the pressure high. He's showing incredible resolve now, cleaning that up to bring us back to a deadlock. Everything is on the line as we enter the final stretch. He secures another huge point from the Tetris and now stands on the verge of victory. The momentum shift has been absolute. What a performance. He closes out the series in style to complete this incredible comeback. The world #1 finally put his foot down and closed the door. That second half push was just too much to handle. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have a great match ahead as Vortex takes on the top-ranked Phantom. Phantom holds a massive lead in their total head-to-head history, and after taking a close series recently, he seems to have a real psychological edge over Vortex right now. The question is if the #1 player can keep this momentum going. We're all squared up as the tension builds. Vortex is refusing to be intimidated by the #1 seed. Vortex is suddenly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The top seed is feeling the heat early. These two are trading blows back and forth, keeping this series incredibly tight. The top-rated player is proving why he owns the league title. Phantom clawed back to a 3-2 advantage. The #1 seed is really finding his stride here. He is on a roll now, taking control of the pace with 3 straight wins. That's a dominant run for the best player on our ladder. Another clean snap and he's officially taken over this map. The top seed looks completely locked in right now. Phantom is just untouchable right now, shutting things down from the ramp for another victory. It's a stark contrast to that 13-5 result they had earlier today. Vortex gets back in the game with a quick reaction. Phantom has still been the far more consistent force today. He's stacking up a couple of wins now and refuses to let this map slip away. Getting a lot of confidence out of those two quick picks. Phantom has a 67% win rate on this specific layout, and it shows in the way he controls the center. That high level of comfort is likely why he's managed to recover so quickly from those early losses. Let's see if he can finally put this map out of reach. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the switch, while the betting outlook had Vortex as the favorite, but the top seed is just tearing through this game. That 5-round burst really swung the momentum here. Phantom is just relentlessly pushing, now leading by 5. His high seed isn't just a number, it's reflecting perfectly in these matches. Phantom really has the height advantage today, just picking him off the ramp with ease. The all-time head-to-head reflects this gap perfectly. He secures another quick victory from the toolbox, extending the lead to 11. He is making short work of the series today. He holds everything down from that toolbox, and now he is just 1 round away from victory. A surprising response from the underdog, keeping his hopes alive for now. He's certainly fighting against the grain right now. Vortex is on fire right now, putting together a nice little run to keep this game alive. He's really digging in to challenge the favorite's lead. Unbelievable. He's just found another gear, keeping this dream alive with his 3rd straight point. He's really playing with house money now. Simply incredible. He just extends that streak to 4, completely shutting down the favorite's momentum. He's genuinely shook the confidence of the tournament's best player. Absolute madness. He's now 5 rounds deep into this run and completely untouchable. The momentum has completely flipped since the start. What a scramble. He barely hangs on with 13 health to secure his 6th straight round. Absolute grit to close that out from the wine box. And there it is. Phantom shuts the door on the comeback and secures the victory. Vortex played his heart out to nearly force a tie, but the top seed just had a slightly faster trigger today. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off today to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this match with a substantial 70% win rate on this map. And honestly, that historical comfort explains why he's the top rated player on the ladder. He should be dominating the early exchanges here. Vortex is looking extremely sharp right now, effectively using the ramp to secure another fast round. He's really putting that previous loss in the rear view. He's absolutely untouchable at the moment, building a commanding lead. A complete reversal from their last 3 meetings today. A huge sigh of relief for Phantom, who finally finds a way to put a round on the board. That's a welcome spark for the favorite after a rough start. Vortex is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. His recent struggles against the world #1 are certainly fading. Showing a lot of grit here, keeping his head high to secure another round. The pressure is clearly shifting back to the higher ranked man. Phantom takes full control of this engagement, walking away completely unscathed. That's a huge momentum swing as the gap shrinks to a single round. Vortex really likes that ramp spot, quickly extending his lead to a 2-round cushion. Unreal, he barely clings to life with a tiny sliver of health to keep this comeback rolling. He's really dancing on the edge today. He is on fire right now, leveling the series at 5-all. A perfect reset to bring the scoreboard back to neutral. Vortex pulls ahead again to claim a 6-5 lead. It's an interesting shift from the blowout results in their earlier sets. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead and is proving exactly why he's the favorite here. Well, the scoreboard looks right, but Phantom is still very much in the fight. Time for a new perspective. He's showing real tenacity here, taking another round with a completely effortless pop. That was a lightning fast trade to close the gap. Phantom takes the fight from the ramp to completely even the scoreboard. He is proving to be just as dangerous as the rankings suggested. A precise finish to secure his 3rd straight, and the pressure is firmly on his opponent now. The momentum is swinging heavily in favor of the top-seeded star. Vortex answers back immediately to put everything back on even ground. The battle lines are completely redrawn here. Vortex edges ahead, barely holding onto his slim lead. That's a massive shift from the 3 straight drops we saw in their other games today. Phantom claws his way back into this, bringing the series to a dead heat. This really is a toss-up between these two. Vortex holds a precarious 1-round advantage. Vortex is really putting those 3 straight losses behind him. Vortex is really putting a squeeze on the world #1 here, just a couple of rounds away from securing this. He really is shaking off those early losses from today. And another clean finish for the man of the hour, putting him just 1 step away from victory. The underdog is really making a statement in this set. A totally effortless shot from Phantom, showing some great poise as he fights to stay in this. He's refusing to go away, shutting down the attempt to close this out with a perfect stop. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. He's absolutely relentless right now, forcing this entire series into a sudden death over total deadlock as we head into a fresh set of rounds. He takes control of the opening exchange to put a narrow lid back in his pocket. Impressive to see him fighting back after those 3 tough losses today. What a response! Phantom strikes quickly to level things up at 13-13. The comeback continues as he secures a narrow edge in this set. This high level consistency is why he's at the top of the league. Another lightning fast reaction from the favorite, and he's now just a single kill away from victory. It is a complete reversal of the luck he had earlier this morning. What a way to close it out. Phantom cruises to a victory, ending this fight in a sudden burst of skill. Vortex fought back tooth and nail today, but he just couldn't close the door in overtime. He really pushed the world #1 to the limit. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Dunes. Vortex and Phantom are stepping up for this duel, with Phantom entering as the favorite today. Phantom has a huge historical advantage with a 63% win rate on this map. It's interesting to see him start on the back foot after taking the early round. He'll need to shake off this slow start to maintain his edge. Vortex is really putting the pressure on right now, having just cleared Phantom of that box. Vortex is definitely making his mark today despite those previous head-to-head losses. Phantom is trailing by 2 and needs a wake-up call. The top seat is looking very vulnerable right now. Vortex is simply on another level right now, continuing his surge to a 4-1 lead. Things are going very differently than those previous 3 losses today. He is simply taking over the server, securing a total shutout in that last exchange. Just an unbelievable turnaround after those 3 straight defeats earlier today. Phantom answers back with a clean finish, keeping the gap at 3. He's clearly the top-rated player on the ladder for a reason. He's refusing to go away, digging in to claim a second straight round. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog to close this gap. What a run. He puts the pressure on from the box to secure another victory. The top seat is finally starting to look like himself. He's just completely shifted the momentum, leveling the score with another effortless win. Absolutely rampant. That is 5 on the trot for the favorite as he continues this incredible surge. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch, and honestly this matches his strong historical track record in this rivalry. Vortex looked scary for a moment, but the world #1 is firmly back in control. Let's see if Vortex can fight back. He stays totally composed, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. It's hard to ignore the gap in their overall rankings right now. Another strong showing here as he continues to climb back into this match. He's playing with a lot of confidence compared to his last few games. Vortex has a total win rate of 50% across his massive sample size of matches. Looking at his 16-22 record over the last day, he's really fighting an uphill battle with his recent form. He needs this small spark to keep his hopes alive. He's completely untouchable right now, walking away from this with his health fully intact. His current form is exactly why he's the heavier favorite. He's just too fast, putting himself in a position to end this whole series right now. Absolutely electric. He shuts the door on this match with a flawless final exchange to secure the victory. He's really owning this rivalry lately, keeping the streak alive with another commanding performance in the series. Welcome to the arena. We've got Vortex taking on the heavy favorite, Phantom, in today's head-to-head match. Phantom looked sharp early, using that high ground on the Tetris to secure the opening round. The current #1 seed is starting off exactly as expected. Phantom has dominated the long-term head-to-head history, but Vortex is proving today that he can hold his own. Seeing the underdog take these early trades is a huge shift from their most recent 3 meetings, where he couldn't find a way to close out a single game. It will be interesting to see if he keeps this pressure up. Unbelievable. He barely claws through that exchange, securing the equalizing point by a hair. The top seed is showing why he currently holds that rank. What a fight. Both of them were almost completely spent, but he manages to secure a narrow victory. He's really making this look like a repeat of their previous 3 maps. We're deadlocked at 3-all, and these two are firing on all cylinders. The top seed is looking far more vulnerable than we expected. Vortex just grabbed the lead, putting himself up 4-3. A surprising turn of events for the world's top-rated player. Phantom quickly puts an end to that short run, pulling the score back to an even split. Phantom is proving why he holds the top spot on the ladder. Vortex edges ahead once more, holding a tight lead. It's a huge shift from how he played those previous maps today. And now they're tied up at 5 apiece. He's fighting through a really tough stretch of games lately. Phantom is really capitalizing on the elevation here, utilizing the Tetris to pull away. This really feels like a mirror of their last few games. We're all tied up at 6-6. Honestly, we're seeing exactly what the odds predicted. The world #1 is playing a very tight game, and it will be tough for Vortex to break that consistency. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom really played that ramp well to regain the advantage. He's really leaning into that top-seeded confidence right now. Phantom has been absolutely relentless lately, winning his last 5 matches straight. It's an impressive streak, and it's clear he's carrying that momentum into this duel. If he continues this pace, we might see another landslide result. Tension is peaking now that they've hit 8 each. It's a complete reversal from their last 3 matches today. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taken control of the map with a 3rd straight win. He's just unstoppable right now, easily clearing the ramp to keep this run going. It's a total shock considering how he's played in his last few games. He's simply in a league of his own right now, putting up a 5th straight win. Quite a turnaround given how the last few games went. Another fast reaction, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. A complete flip from how the pre-game projections looked. He closes it out. An incredible performance to seal the victory. Just an absolutely shocking result to see, especially with how bad the momentum had been swinging against him lately. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on fast aim with the favorite looking to dominate today. Phantom comes out swinging, punishing Vortex for playing that window angle right from the jump. Phantom generally holds the upper hand with a 63% all-time win rate. It's interesting to see Vortex pushing back early given how the rankings favor his opponent. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Phantom is firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. The world #1 is certainly making his presence felt. That was incredibly snappy. Vortex is refusing to let Phantom coast through this early stage. Phantom still holds a commanding 2-round lead here. A very tight 22-16 run for him over the last day. Phantom looks unstoppable, leading 5-2 right now. The #1 seed is really flexing that skill gap here. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another clean victory to double the gap. The top-rated player is just showing why he holds that spot. A crisp response here from Vortex, holding his ground and securing another point. Vortex is proving he can trade blows with the best player on the ladder. Phantom is dominating the historical head-to-head, controlling 60% of their shared history. Well, this specific map only widens that gap since his individual success rate here is significantly higher than Vortex's. He really seems to have the blueprint for this matchup. Phantom takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. And honestly, we're seeing a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. He is putting a lot of pressure on Vortex right now. Let's see some new reactions. Unreal. He barely walks away from that disaster with just 11 health remaining. He's really fighting through the pressure right now. Vortex picks him off the ramp, continuing this gritty push to close the deficit. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaken here. Phantom maintains a 3-round buffer despite the recent pressure. He put an immediate stop to that momentum swing. Vortex manages to outduel him from the ramp, proving he has the grit to stay in this game. He's definitely finding some holes in that defense. Phantom is still comfortably ahead by 3 points. Vortex is putting up a fight despite being against the top-rated seed. Simply too strong from the ramp, continuing a tenacious pushback into this game. He's really digging in to narrow this. The comeback is gaining serious steam as he continues to chip away at this lead. The underdog is putting the #1 seed on high alert. What a turnaround. He has completely wiped out that early deficit and forced a deadlock. The pressure is mounting as the odds completely flip on this series. He clears the ramp to take a commanding lead in this series. The momentum is simply overwhelming right now. Phantom answers back immediately to bring this deadlock back to a tie. Neither player is letting the other breathe in this closer. He's completely flipped this script and now he stands just 1 step away from victory. It is a massive swing from how this started. Phantom secures the window to force this tie, sending the game straight into overtime. It's a toss-up now, regardless of who the ladder says is superior. pure dominance here as Vortex secures another point with a completely unscathed victory. He's really shaking the confidence of the higher seeded player right now. He's simply untouchable right now, outclassing the top seed once again to take a 14-12 lead. Phantom refuses to let the lead slip away, showing great composure to keep this match alive. A high-stakes clash between the world's best and the top 5. Phantom is really starting to seize the upper hand here as he claws back into the tie. The composure on display right now is just frightening. The pressure is palpable as the favorite extends his streak to 3, putting his opponent in a desperate spot. Vortex is reeling from a tough stretch of rounds. Absolutely unbelievable. Phantom shuts the door on this series with a perfect finish. He showed some serious grit to survive those mid-game swings. I thought for a second he was actually going down. What a match! Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Vortex and Phantom stepping up for this duel, with the favorite looking to dominate. Phantom holds a significant historical advantage with a 60% head-to-head win rate. And honestly, that's exactly why he's the top-rated player in the league right now. He should have the confidence to shake off this early mistake. It'll be interesting to see if he can reclaim control. Vortex is on fire, leading the count 2-1. It's good to see the league's best player digging in. The momentum has completely shifted. Phantom is taking full control of this series now. That number 1 seed is looking very comfortable right now. Vortex is staring down a massive 3-2 lead. Showing a lot of grit after that narrow loss earlier today. Vortex is just relentlessly pushing ahead, now sitting at 4-2. The underdog looks completely unfazed by the gap in rankings. Phantom keeps things very tight here, proving he's not going to let the lead slip away easily. He's coming into this set with a strong 22-16 record today. What a fight, both players were practically spent, but he just barely scrapes through to even things up. The world number 1 is starting to exert his will. Pure speed on that shot, he's completely taking over this half of the match. He's really starting to put that high rating on display. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He just barely holds on to level the series at 5-5. Phantom pulls ahead by 1, clutching a narrow 6-5 lead. It's proving difficult for the 5th ranked player to shut him down. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is really struggling to find an answer here. He's looking much stronger than the pre-match projection suggested. Time to see if Vortex wakes up. Vortex closes the gap, bringing it to 6-7. That was a lightning fast snap for the recovery. Vortex has forced a deadlock. We are all tied at 7. The number 5 seed is really refusing to go away. Good grief. He almost didn't make it. That was a desperate struggle, but he earns his 3rd straight win. He's really putting a dent in the top seed's confidence today. Phantom responds immediately with a perfect sequence to bring things level. It's an all-out war between these two right now. Vortex surges back to a slim 9-8 lead. He is really fighting back against the higher rating. Phantom crawls back to tie it up at 9 apiece. The overall win rate shows we're in for a long battle today. Phantom is starting to build a real wall here, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex to respond. He's really tightening the noose now. Deadlock again. Vortex and Phantom are neck and neck. Neither side is willing to budge as we head into the closing stretch. These two are trading blows, but the top seed is starting to find a bit more stability in his aim. His superior overall win rate is really starting to tell. Totally clean kill as he puts himself in a prime position to end this right now. A perfectly timed reset for the favorite here. What an ending. He closes out the series with a perfect shot to claim the victory. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find the final gear needed to pull this off. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for this match between Vortex and Phantom, where the favorite looks to keep their momentum going. Phantom really owns this rivalry with a 60% career win rate over Vortex. It explains why we're seeing such a distinct confidence gap early on. I wonder if the top seed can actually close this out quickly. Phantom holds a slender lead up to 2. He's proving he can hang with the league's top-rated talent. Vortex is refusing to let that early lead go to waste, completely swinging the momentum back to his side. Phantom keeps the upper hand with a 3-2 lead. He's really living up to that top spot on the ladder. Vortex has finally clawed back to a deadlock. Vortex is playing with a lot of heart today. Unreal. He manages to pull through that chaotic exchange with just a sliver of health left. A tough spot. Plah. Phantom shuts the door on that one, holding the high ground on the ramp to regain control. He's certainly proving why he holds the #1 spot. Vortex is really feeling the pressure now, as Phantom looks completely composed with that lead. The world's best is clearly staring down the opposition right now. Phantom catches him right off the ramp, securing another round in a row. It's becoming a tough day for the #5 seed. He's just unstoppable right now, utilizing that ramp to put a huge grip on the first half. Just a brutal way to end a series of matches between these two. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead going into the break. Well, he's really defying the odds here. It looks like the supposed underdog is completely disregarding his status and putting on a clinic. Vortex needs a quick response here. Phantom is just too quick on the draw today, easily cleaning him off the ramp. He's definitely looking strong with a 23-15 record today. He just can't find a way around the Tetris, and now the gap is widening to 6 rounds. It's a rough run for the #5 seed today. Vortex is currently fighting through a rough patch, having dropped a few maps to this same opponent today. So yeah, this little run of success is exactly what he needs to shake off those recent losses. He has to keep this climb going if he wants to stay in the game. Vortex manages to shut him down on the Tetris, keeping the hope alive with another round win. He's certainly trying to avenge those recent losses to the top seed. He's completely take over the pace now, securing his 3rd straight victory. He's starting to look like a real threat today. What a run! He manages to dismantle the opposition right off the Tetris to keep the charge going. Phantom answers back immediately, shutting down that comeback attempt. It really feels like he's making this look easy today. Another clean one from the Tetris, putting the victory just 1 round away. The higher ranked player is simply refusing to let up here. What a finish. Phantom closes the series with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. That was a total dominant performance from the world #1. It's just a tough day at the office for him. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Vortex taking on the current top-seeded Phantom in today's match. Phantom holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with over 2,000 wins. It's a massive mountain for Vortex to climb, so that early round lead is a crucial start for the challenger. A dead heat now with both players locked at 1. The world #1 is making his presence felt. Phantom edges ahead, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. It's just too fast for him right now, moving into a 3-game tear. The top seed is certainly looking sharp today. A messy exchange here, but Vortex manages to fight his way through to get the point. He's definitely shaking off those earlier losses from today. Vortex is on a roll now, quickly picking the top seed of that box to level the series. He's really fighting the odds right now. Phantom claws back the lead, putting Vortex on the back foot. The #1 seed is starting to separate himself from the pack. Phantom has been consistently dominant with an 80% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into the middle of this duel. Vortex is definitely struggling to put a stop to this current streak. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure on and cutting the deficit to 2. He's proving he can hang with the best in the league. Unbelievable. He somehow walks away from that disaster with just a few hit points left. He's definitely making his case for that top spot on the ladder. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, it's an unexpected turn of events given that Vortex was supposed to hold the advantage today. He's really putting a grip on this match so far. Vortex needs a strong start here. Phantom is towering over him with a 9-4 cushion. He really is playing like the best player on the ladder right now. Vortex strikes back to narrow this gap to 4. He's definitely fighting an uphill battle against the league's top-rated player. Vortex is really putting on the heat now, reacting quickly to drag Phantom right off that platform. The top 5 clash is becoming an absolute grind. Phantom's just too strong, holding a solid 10-6 lead. He's certainly justifying the pre-match projections. Phantom is just too quick for him. He's really asserting his authority over this series now. Absolutely effortless work from him, and that puts the pressure firmly on Vortex with just 1 more point needed. And that's it! Phantom closes out the series with an absolutely clean... He's just in a different league right now, continuing that absolute tier through to today's bracket. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off to see who can take the victory. Phantom has dominated this pairing with over 2,000 lifetime wins. You know, he's really established a clear psychological edge over the years. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can overcome those historical ghosts today. Vortex is absolutely cruising with a 2-0 lead. The world number 1 is looking a bit lost early on. He keeps the momentum going, absolutely punishing Phantom from the boost. A total reversal from the 3 straight maps Phantom took earlier. What a scramble. That was an absolute war of attrition, but Phantom manages to scrape through. He really dug deep for that one. Another fast kill for Phantom, who looks very composed despite the early deficit. Phantom clears the ramp effortlessly to bring us completely level. The favoritism is showing now that he's fully awake. He secures a clean kill from the boost to reclaim the lead. Despite the ranking difference, we're seeing a real battle here. A cautious exchange that ended in a total wipeout, bringing the score right back to a dead heat. Total reset on the board as we head into the 9th. Vortex pulls ahead again with a tight 5-4 lead. A huge contrast to how the previous map went for him. That was a desperate scramble, but he manages to claw his way back to a dead-even score. The pressure is mounting as we enter the final stretch before halftime. Phantom catches him from the Tetris, refusing to let that early deficit define this set. He's starting to look very comfortable in this server. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. Well, he's definitely proving that his higher rating isn't just for show. He's holding his own and refusing to let the favorite take over the server. Time to switch sides. He keeps the pressure up, taking the round without even taking any damage. He's playing like a man who knows exactly how to close this out. Vortex answers back with another effortless finish, proving he's not going to fold. He's really fighting for every single point now. Just a lightning fast response there, and he's really refusing to let Phantom pull away. The underdog is truly starting to push back. Phantom keeps his foot on the gas, putting the pressure back on by dropping him off the ramp. The gap in rankings is starting to feel very real. A tense dance for a few seconds, but he closes it out without taking a single hit. A very tight exchange to keep the series within reach. Phantom manages to outlast him and clear the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. Tough spot for the challenger to recover from. Another rapid response from the veteran, extending his lead as he continues to push forward. He just won't go away, securing another round to keep this chase alive. A much needed break in the momentum for the challenger. He's simply refusing to give in, clawing back another round in an absolute slugfest. He's finally shaking off those nerves from earlier. What a surge. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us dead even. Pure chaos. Now anyone can take the lead from here. Confidence shifted completely with those 3 rounds. Phantom shuts that door fast and moves within striking distance of the victory. He's really showing the class of a top 10 placement here. Unbelievable! Phantom storms back from the deficit to seal the deal and take the match. Vortex put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't find the finishing touch when it mattered most. He really pushed the world #1 to the brink. What a match. Welcome everyone, we're on Fast Aim today for a great matchup between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see who takes the win. Phantom is widely considered the best player in the league right now, and his total head-to-head dominance over Vortex really emphasizes the skill gap here. It'll be interesting to see if the early lead helps Vortex shake off his recent slump. Vortex is surging ahead with a slim 2-1 lead. A massive swing from his last few series. Vortex is really putting on the pressure early on, refusing to let the world #1 settle into the game. He just can't be stopped right now, securing another effortless round to extend his lead. A wild turn of events given their previous meetings. The streak just keeps growing and he's now 5 rounds up on the scoreboard. It's a total reversal from their last few encounters. He's simply untouchable right now, adding another clean kill to a huge run. He's shaking off a rough stretch with a 16-23 record today. Vortex catches him right off the ramp, keeping this run alive. Hard to believe considering the world #1's usual dominance. Phantom finally answers back, drawing a quick blood draw to stop the momentum. Vortex was faster to react this time, picking Phantom right off the toolbox. A total contrast to those close matches we saw earlier. Phantom reads the play perfectly and catches him right as he's stepping off the ramp. We're heading into the break with Vortex leading 8-4. I mean, he's proving exactly why the crowd backed him to win this one. He looks strong, but we'll see if Phantom can pivot after that slow start. Time to see if Phantom wakes up. Vortex makes a quick play on the ramp to keep the pressure high. It's a massive contrast to their 3 straight meetings just now. Vortex is really putting on a show, cutting right through Phantom while he's positioned on that wine box. Vortex has a surprising 51% win rate on this map. It's far lower than what we expect from a player of his caliber. We are seeing him play with a lot of confidence today, and that's likely why he's holding such a comfortable lead. He's completely in control, moving just one step away from closing this out. The pre-match favorites are certainly feeling the heat now. Phantom manages to knock him off the ramp and keep his hopes alive. A desperate attempt to salvage some ground before it's over. A strong play from the ramp secures another round for Phantom. It's clearly becoming a fight for survival for the underdog now. Phantom strikes again from the ramp, completing a 3-round tier. He needs to keep this momentum going to avoid a disaster. Unbelievable, Vortex clears him out of the window to seal the victory. He really stepped up his game when it mattered, proving he's still a top-tier threat despite the struggles. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top today. Phantom holds a strong 60% head-to-head advantage over the long run. That deep historical success usually translates well here. We have to see if Vortex can actually find a way to bridge the gap today. He's completely untouchable right now, cruising to a 3-0 lead. The number 1 seed is simply putting on a clinic. The pressure is mounting for the opposition as he takes a 5th straight round. Vortex is really feeling that rating gap right now. Vortex finally answers back with a clean victory. He's showing some resilience after those 3 hard-fought losses earlier today. Phantom quickly regains control, pushing the lead to 5-1. It's tough for the 5th ranked guy to maintain the pace. Phantom has a strong 24-15 record in the last 24 hours. I mean, that kind of individual momentum usually translates to total control in these sets. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that confidence high as Vortex starts to push back. He's absolutely on fire, securing his 3rd straight to narrow this gap. The favorite is looking much more vulnerable now. A swift reaction here secures another point for the favorite. He's definitely playing to that number 1 ranking right now. Vortex stays aggressive, keeping this momentum high as we head toward the midway point. A quick exchange that keeps things tight going into the break. Phantom holds a 7-5 edge as we hit the break. Well, it is surprising to see the betting favorite trailing. Vortex needs to step up if he wants to turn this series around. Time to see if Vortex can... Phantom holds a comfortable 3-round lead over Vortex. He's looking remarkably steady after a tough loss in their last meeting. A total shutdown of that engagement as the challenger continues his charge back into this series. He's proving that the gap in their rankings might be smaller than we thought. What a scramble. He barely hangs on through that chaos to secure a huge round. Absolute nail-biter of a finish there. He's refusing to go away, continuing this impressive surge of energy. He is truly finding his footing now, shutting down that mini run from the favorite. The pressure is shifting heavily onto the top seed now. Phantom holds a 2-round cushion as we move forward. That raw speed is why he's currently atop our ladder. Phantom is really starting to put some distance between himself and the challenger here. A really tough spot for the 5th best player in our league. Another quick exchange that goes his way, showing a lot of heart to keep this contest alive. A fierce exchange here, but he manages to come out on top to reach match point. An absolute shutdown as soon as he stepped out of cover. Unreal, he closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He really showed why he's at the top of the leaderboard, finishing that set with a commanding lead. Welcome to Redline. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who comes out on top today. Phantom enters this series with a strong overall win rate of 63%. It's interesting to see him start on the back foot despite that historical dominance. He's consistently been the better player in their head-to-head record, so we have to see if he can stabilize things early. Phantom's holding a tight lead with 2 rounds up. The number 1 seed is showing exactly why he's on top. Vortex is reacting quickly, shutting down that high ground position to tie things up. It's a tough look for the top seed right now. Phantom keeps the pressure high, now leading by 1. The number 1 rated player is really asserting his authority here. Vortex just shuts him down on the ramp, keeping this match remarkably balanced. The number 5 rated player is playing out of his mind. Vortex has all the momentum right now, picking off Phantom on the ramp to extend his lead. He's really making his presence felt after those narrow losses earlier today. Phantom really likes utilizing that ramp, and it's serving him well as we hit a even deadlock. Coming off an impressive 25 and 14 runs so far today. Phantom manages to outplay him from below, firmly taking control of this set. His long-term head-to-head record really shows the gap between them. A total deadlock at 5 apiece for these two. He's outperforming his rank on the ladder tonight. Vortex edges ahead, now holding a slim 1-round advantage. A complete reversal of the expectations from the pre-match. We're all squared up at 6 apiece, and honestly, the betting odds had this going the other way. Vortex is fighting his way back into this, though he's clearly feeling the pressure from the top seed. Time to shake it off. Vortex has the upper hand now, leading 7-6. He's proving that the rank gap is practically irrelevant here. The pace of these exchanges is incredible. They're just trading blows back and forth. He's definitely leaning on that massive head-to-head advantage right now. Vortex just sneaks ahead to claim an 8-7 lead. Emotion Mid Vortex is on a real tear here and currently leads this set by 2 rounds. It's impressive because he usually struggles to close this out against a player of this caliber. He's really fighting the script to the Emotion Mid. Phantom just cleans him right off that ramp, cutting the lead down to a single round. He's certainly playing his way back into the set. Phantom is really starting to stack up the rounds here, refusing to let the momentum swing back to Vortex. It's a battle of will now with both players sitting at 9. He's simply untouchable right now, securing another flawless win to keep this streak rolling. His form over the last 10 games is just vastly superior. He takes control from the ramp, continuing this impressive run toward the finish line. That's a stark contrast to how his day started. Vortex manages to pick him off the Tetris to keep the game interesting. He's definitely playing at a level that challenges the top seed. We are looking at a complete toss-up now, and both players are fighting for every single inch of ground. He earns a massive advantage by striking from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He's certainly making the most of his advantage on the leaderboard. Absolutely incredible. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Vortex fought his heart out, but he just couldn't stop the momentum shift in those final rounds. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to secure another victory. Phantom dominates their history with a 60% win rate over Vortex, but it's interesting to see him starting on the back foot here. It'll be a struggle to overcome this early deficit if the momentum keeps shifting. Vortex is simply on another level right now, taking a commanding lead. It's a tough look for the top-rated guy right now. A completely clean reaction there, and he refuses to let this lead grow. He needed to pull a round back to keep this competitive. Vortex is just cruising with a massive 4-1 advantage. Vortex is really defying the expectations today. A sharp response from him, cutting into that lead and showing plenty of grit. He's proving far too stubborn to put away, securing another win to keep the pressure on. Exactly the kind of response you expect from a higher seeded player. Vortex is really defying his usual performance levels today, and it's showing in the scoreline. Well, he has typically been outclassed in their long-term history, so seeing him lead this series is a genuine surprise. Now the real question is whether he can maintain this composure for the rest of the half. That was an effortless shot as he continues to chip away at the deficit. He is staying composed, putting himself in a great position heading into the break. He's firmly back in the driver's seat now. Vortex holds a narrow 7-5 lead as we head into the break, and it's basically a textbook start for the favorite. I'm curious to see if Phantom can close this gap now that he's on the other side. Let's see if Phantom resets here. He's really digging in his heels now, refusing to let the deficit get any larger. He's finally starting to play like the Absolute perfection from him, and we are completely deadlocked now. He is finally converting his raw skill advantage into results. Vortex just barely edges ahead at 8-7. A very surprising result given the overall rankings. Vortex is pulling away with a 2-point cushion. He really is finding a way to flip the script today. He's putting on a real display of grit, cutting the lead right back down to 1. The higher rank is refusing to let this match slip. Vortex secures that advantage from the ramp, really making things difficult for the top seed right now. A high-stakes battle for the number 5 spot on the ladder. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure high as he claws back into this game. It's becoming a real battle of attrition between these two. Vortex is keeping his foot on the gas, now extending that cushion right when Phantom tried to surge back. Vortex is really fighting through a rough patch in his recent form. A precise burst puts him on the verge of victory. And an incredible display of confidence from the lower ranked contender. What a finish. Vortex shuts the door with an incredibly fast shot to take the whole match. He just completely broke the script today. It's not often you see the number 1 seed go down like that. Welcome to the arena. We've got Phantom taking on Vortex on Mapas, with the favorite looking to secure a strong victory. Phantom enters this set with a commanding career win rate of 63%. You know, that historical dominance usually translates to a huge mental edge for him in these long series. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually disrupt that trend today. Phantom's holding a slim lead with 2 rounds banked. Vortex certainly has the skill to compete with the #1 seed. Phantom is putting a lot of pressure on right now, really squeezing out the early rounds. He's looking like the top-seeded player we expected to make. He's simply too fast right now, securing another effortless round to extend the gap. Vortex is refusing to go away, shutting the door on that run with a total shutdown. It's a good reminder that anyone can take a round in this format. Phantom holds a significant historical advantage here with a career head-to-head lead of over 700 rounds. It's clearly a psychological wall that Vortex has to climb if he wants to push this set toward the tie. A chaotic exchange, but he comes out on top to keep this game competitive. He's really starting to challenge the pre-match expectations. Vortex controls the ramp to take another one, showing some serious grit here. This is putting the pressure back on the favorite side of the bracket. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that fight from the ramp to level things up at 5-5. Absolute chaos right now as we head into the double digits. He answers back immediately to reclaim the lead going into the final round of the half. A nice way to cap off the... Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is fighting back and showing exactly why. He has a 70% win rate on this specific map. We're seeing a real battle on our hands. Time to switch things up. A crisp kill to open the second half, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. He's keeping a steady pace despite the rating gap. Goodness, he almost threw that one away. He barely survives that exchange with a tiny sliver of health. What a scrap. He manages to claw his way out of that mess of a fight to extend his lead to 9-6. It's a high-stakes clash between the top 5 seeds on the ladder. What a fight. He survives a brutal exchange by the skin of his teeth to keep this series alive. Both of them are playing on a razor's edge right now. Phantom pulls ahead again, now sitting at 10-7. He's definitely showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Phantom has really tightened his grip on this match. He's just a few steps away from finishing this. That was a fierce scramble, but he edges out the win to put himself one more away from victory. The gap in their skill ceiling is becoming obvious. And there it is. He finishes the set with absolute authority. Vortex played some great rounds, but he just couldn't keep up with that raw speed we saw throughout the set. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on Italy, with Phantom entering as the clear favorite. Phantom holds a 60% career win rate over his opponent, and honestly, he's the top-rated player in our league right now. It'll be interesting to see if that skill gap finally overcomes the slow start we're seeing here. Phantom is really starting to pull away now. He's showing exactly why he sits at the top of the ladder. He just blew through the defense, picking Vortex off the wine with total ease. Vortex answers back immediately to keep things interesting. Vortex looks hungry for a revenge win today. A complete deadlock now with both players tied at 3. Vortex is playing with real confidence right now. Phantom regains a slim edge as we hit 4-3. The top dog is really starting to assert his authority. What a scrap, he barely survives that exchange to level the score at 4-all. Insane sight to see him walking away with only 20 health. Phantom surges back ahead, holding a narrow 1-round lead. The number 1 guy in the league is really taking control here. Unbelievable, he claws his way out of that brawl with almost nothing left. Vortex has struggled lately, dropping 80% of his last 10. A lightning fast reaction earns him another round, moving the score to 7-4. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. And honestly, it's a very clean start for him. He's leveraging that 66% win rate on Italy to put the pressure on Vortex right from the get-go. Time to swap and reset. Phantom is coming into this match with a positive record in the last 24 hours, and it's clear that confidence is translating into his gameplay. He's firmly in control of the tempo. Right now, it'll be a steep climb for Vortex to mount a comeback from here. Phantom is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-6. The 5-ranked guy is fighting for every single point. Vortex just can't find a way to string these together, while Phantom remains incredibly consistent. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle now, and the gap is just widening with every exchange. Vortex is refusing to go down easy, putting up a fight when it counts most. It's a tough climb for the 5th best player in the league. A clean victory there to put him in a commanding position. It's just a complete mismatch at this stage. And there it is, a final crushing hit to close out the series. That sub-second reaction time really made the difference. Just another huge win for the top seed today. Welcome everyone, we're on Redline today as Phantom takes on Vortex in this exciting match. Vortex wasn't intimidated by that height advantage, cleaning him right off the ramp for a quick start. Phantom owns a 60% head-to-head win rate over this opponent across their shared history, and honestly that psychological edge seems to be fueling the confidence we're seeing in the opening rounds. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can find a way to break that pattern. He just completely dismantles his opponent off the ramp to secure 3 straight wins. That's the top seed really flexing his rank right now. Vortex secures another win from the ramp to pull within 1. The number 5 guy in our ratings is showing some teeth. Phantom manages to take control from the ramp and extends his lead. His recent form has been absolutely scorching lately. Phantom just tore right through him, catching Vortex completely off guard while he was perched on the ramp. He's simply too strong right now, claiming another win from the ramp. Vortex is really struggling to match that level of play today. Absolutely frightening pace right now, as the momentum swings heavily toward him with a 4th straight. Vortex manages to secure a round and slow the pace down slightly. Phantom has been in an incredible run of form, taking 26 wins throughout the day. It's a massive contrast to how Vortex has struggled to find any footing in his own matches today. We're seeing a high-level performance that completely overshadows the competition. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, he's playing far above his underdog status right now. He's clearly the one dictating the pace of this match, and Vortex is just struggling to keep up. Vortex fights back to bring it to 8-5. This is exactly what the rank 5 player is capable of. Phantom really wanted to get back on top here, holding that ramp position to put a significant dent in Vortex's mini run. Phantom pushes his lead to 9-6 with that clutch play. The odds really had him struggling today, but that's a much better look. A messy scramble that ends with another round for the challenger, who simply refuses to fold. He's showing a lot of resilience to stay in this fight. Unbelievable, he claws through that exchange to survive with just a sliver of health. A nerve-wracking sequence, but he's completely shifted the energy here. A complete stalemate of a round, but he stays calm and manages to walk away with a perfect health bar. It's a total reset of the board for these two. Phantom puts himself back in the lead after a sharp play from the Tetris. The top seed is starting to reclaim his territory here. Vortex shuts the door on that push from the ramp to bring us back to a dead even tie. A sudden shift in control makes this a total toss-up. Vortex is simply not going away, claiming a 2nd straight victory to put himself just 2 away from the finish. Phantom holds his ground from the ramp to keep this series completely locked. His superior rating is starting to surface in the clutch. Phantom outduels him from the ramp to move within striking distance of the finish. The gap in experience is really starting to show in these late game situations. Absolute chaos in this final exchange, but he outlasts the struggle to secure the series. Vortex put up a massive fight, nearly stealing this whole thing after that incredible comeback. He really pushed him to the limit. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena where Phantom takes on Vortex in a high-stakes rifle duel. Phantom holds a massive 21-31 to 14-06 lead in their overall head-to-head history. That track record makes this slow start quite surprising for the league leader. We have to see if he can recover his composure. Brutal clash on the ramp, and he takes total control with a third straight victory. He really looks like he's flipped the script today. A sharp response there, and the underdog is starting to push back. The heavy favorite is finally shaking off those early nerves. Vortex is dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. The top-seeded player is really struggling to find a foothold today. Vortex is just relentless now, sitting on 5. He has been a wall in their most recent meetings. Phantom holds his ground on the ramp and manages to secure another one for himself. He's definitely the most dangerous player on the map tonight. The momentum is shifting as he puts together another clean win to tighten the gap. He just can't be stopped right now, taking another spotless round to keep this surge going. The gap in their skill levels is finally starting to show. Absolutely sensational. He's fully erased that early deficit to bring the game level. He just keeps rolling, taking another round from the Tetris blocks as the first half winds down. He's looking completely composed heading into the break. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Honestly, this is a total toss-up right now. Vortex came in with a hype, but Phantom is proving he can hold his own today. Time to swap sides. He just keeps the pressure on, taking the lead and proving he can stay aggressive. It's exactly the kind of result we'd expect from a high-tier seed. Phantom manages to clear him off the ramp, showing a lot of heart to stay in this fight. He's starting to look like the top-seeded powerhouse we expected. Phantom pulls ahead by 1, firmly gripping the lead. Vortex is fighting hard to avoid another sweeping set today. He secures another victory from the ramp, showing incredible grit to keep this comeback alive. That was a much tighter exchange, but he still came out on top. He continues to punish every mistake, taking full control as the lead widens to 3. The gap between these two in the ladder rankings is looking real clear. Vortex answers back immediately, refusing to let the momentum slide completely. Vortex is refusing to back down quickly, knocking him off the ramp to close the gap further. The confidence is definitely returning to his game. Phantom puts an end to the opposition's run with a careful outplay, moving his lead to 11-9. He's making a strong case for his top seed status right now. Vortex is refusing to go away, picking him off the Tetris blocks to cut the lead to 1. The tension is mounting as the lead shrinks. He's back in control and just a single round away from claiming victory. The experience gap is showing as he enters the closing stage. Vortex keeps the dream alive, staying calm to prevent the match from ending right here. Total composure from the challenger right when it mattered. What a finish. He closes out the series with total poise to complete the comeback. The number 1 seed just barely escaped that one, but he really knows how to close his doors when it counts. Tough loss for Vortex. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Mapas today as Phantom and Vortex face off in this rifle duel. Phantom enters this one with an impressive 63% all-time win rate. He's clearly a tier above most of the competition, and his recent head-to-head success against Vortex suggests he should be controlling the tempo. The real question is if that momentum will actually translate into a fast lead today. What a scramble. Vortex clutched out that duel from the ramp, barely scraping by with a few hit points. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. It's anyone's game now. Vortex secures a narrow 3-2 lead heading into round 6. Phantom plays the height perfectly and takes a huge win from the ramp. Vortex is fighting hard, but the overall match history is heavily skewed. Vortex is firmly in control with a 4-3 lead. Hard to ignore the sheer dominance he's shown in their previous meetings. Phantom strikes back and we are back to square one. He's really leveraging that #1 ranking on the ladder. Vortex really likes that ramp, using the height to keep the pressure on. He's putting up a real fight despite those early map losses. Pure chaos now with Phantom and Vortex tied at 5. Vortex has been struggling a bit more lately with that a dismal 20% run. Phantom grabs a tight 1-round cushion over Vortex. The #5 rated guy needs a big response here. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's really proving that those pre-match odds were completely wrong. The underdog is putting on a show here. Let's see if the momentum holds. Vortex claws back to just 1 round behind Phantom. Vortex is really fighting to overturn those recent series losses. Phantom really looks a cut above right now, sitting on a commanding 27-14 record for the day. So yeah, it feels like he's just finding another gear while Vortex struggles to close those narrow gaps. Let's see if that dominance can finally put this one away. Vortex keeps this rally going, chipping away at that deficit. That was a lightning fast exchange. Phantom is pulling away now with a 3-round cushion. He's really making a clean sweep of their recent encounters. Goodness, what a scramble. Vortex barely survives that exchange, hanging on by a thread. He's refusing to let the favorite put this map away. The comeback effort continues as he secures another win to close the gap. Just sheer tenacity from him to keep the dream alive. Unreal, he absolutely refuses to go down, surviving a brutal exchange to take the lead back. He just managed to keep his cool under immense pressure. Absolute madness in this exchange, but he survives the chaos to bring the score to 11-10. This is definitely not the one-sided affair we expected. A precise stop right there, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The pressure is mounting for the players sitting lower on the ladder. Vortex stops the momentum with a solid win, keeping his hope alive in this fight. He really is refusing to just let this one slide. Incredible. He finds the opening from the ramp to force this game into overtime. This is putting the higher ranking completely to the test. What a fight. He barely survives with a single digit of health to take a huge step toward victory. Absolute nerves of steel to close that out while bleeding health. He is absolutely on fire, extending this incredible run to 4 straight. He's completely flipped the script of the odds tonight. What a fight. Phantom barely survives that slugfest to hold the momentum. He's showing exactly why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. We are completely deadlocked in deep water. This is a total toss-up now. The number 1 seed is finally getting his wings back. Phantom secures his lead from the ramp, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor now. He's completely erased the lead and now stands a single round away from the victory. The underdog has pushed this to the absolute limit. Phantom holds a slim 16-15 edge heading into this. Total parity now. Phantom and Vortex are dead even. Vortex edges ahead with a razor-thin 17-16 lead. Just a fraction of a second made the difference there. Both players are locked in a fierce 17-17 stalemate. Vortex has really stepped up to challenge the top spot. Vortex moves ahead 18-17 after a crushing round. The pressure is clearly getting to the favorite in this overtime period. Phantom ties it up, bringing us back to a dead heat at 18 apiece. They are trading kills like punch-drunk boxers right now. Vortex pulls ahead by 1 in this absolute nail-biter. Unbelievable. Phantom forces another tie at 19 all. Phantom grabs the lead with a clutch 2019 advantage. His 80% form over the last 10 is really showing. Phantom is barely holding on with a 21-19 lead. Absolutely suffocating pressure from the lead player right now. Vortex keeps it tight, trailing by a single round. A sharp response right there to stop that run. We've got a total deadlock with them tied at 21. He's simply refusing to let this game slip away. Phantom pulls back ahead with a narrow 22-21 lead. Phantom is edging ahead with a tight 23-21 cushion. His overall lead over the last few thousand matches is undeniable. Phantom is really stretching that lead to 24, 21 now. He's completely seized control of this. Vortex narrows it down to a 2-round gap. Vortex just needed to stop that slide and he did it. Vortex is fighting back with everything he's got. Phantom barely holds a 1-round advantage at 24-23. Vortex is making a strong case for a huge upset today. Phantom regains a small buffer, moving up to 25-23. He really had to dig deep to secure that final spot in overtime. He'll be glad to have that one in the books. He had to work for that. We'll be right back with more action from Dunes as Phantom and Vortex take a short break. Welcome back to the Dunes, where Phantom and Vortex are locked in a scoreless deadlock. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange to take the opening round. Phantom is sitting at the very top of our rating list, but the early game has been a nightmare. He's usually the one dominating this matchup historically, so it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts his approach. Vortex has the upper hand with a 2-1 lead. Expectations are starting to align with that heavy favorite status. What a chaotic fight. He somehow digs deep and pulls through with barely any health left. His luck is holding up despite those terrible recent series. Vortex is absolutely cruising with a massive 4-1 lead. His recent struggles are nowhere to be seen right now. Hard-fought trade here, but Phantom manages to outlast his opponent to bridge the gap. He's finally starting to lean into that top seed advantage. He's shutting things down quickly, keeping the pressure high and refusing to let the deficit discourage him. Absolutely stunning. He just leveled the score and is now riding a massive wave of momentum. Vortex recovers quickly and takes the lead back. The current score doesn't reflect that head-to-head dominance we've seen before. He's completely wiped out the early deficit, bringing us back to a dead heat. Tense atmosphere now as everything just reset. A perfectly timed burst gives him the lead right before the halftime switch. He's clearly feeling comfortable heading into that break. We're all square at 6-6. Honestly, it's surprising to see this as a toss-up given the pre-match predictions. Phantom is keeping pace with the favorite, which puts him in a great spot to pull off the upset. A completely fresh start for both. Vortex edges ahead by a single round. He's definitely fighting back against those head-to-head losses from earlier today. A completely clean exchange here that brings us back to a dead-even score. It's becoming a real battle of wills for the higher-seeded player. What an answer! He keeps the run going, refusing to let an early deficit slow him down. He's really starting to play like the seed he's ranked as. A complete stalemate now with both players tied at 8. He's putting on a clinic here, simply out-dueling his opponent to take a narrow lead. And just like that, Phantom forces a tie at 9. He's showing some real grit compared to those losses in their other maps today. Phantom secures another one, showing incredible poise to keep this comeback charge alive. The gap in their rankings is finally starting to show. Total parity now as both combatants sit at 10. He's really fighting to shake off those early match losses. A complete shutdown there as he marches right back into the lead. That was a quicker reaction to snap back into the lead. The tension is unbelievable. Neither side can sustain a lead for more than one round. He simply will not go away, clawing back into the lead to put himself on the edge of victory. Total lockdown on the final shots there. Unreal. Vortex answers back at the perfect time to force this series into overtime. The two of them are practically identical on this map. What a huge statement! He walks away from that fight without losing a single point of health. That was a ridiculously efficient way to close things out. Both players are refusing to give an inch, making this a true test of endurance. This is an unbelievable turnaround after those 3 straight losses earlier today. The pace of this match is just blistering. Those exchanges are happening in a heartbeat. Vortex is simply too fast right now. Stepping up to the brink of victory. Absolute demolition in that last exchange. What a response. He denies the match point with an incredibly clean burst. The favorite is refusing to buckle in this overtime battle. He's practically untouchable right now, shifting the pressure back in his favor. Phantom takes a narrow one-round lead here. Both players are deadlocked at 16, purely breathless. Phantom clinches a narrow edge, leading 17-16. He is really making the most of that top tier ranking. Phantom is pulling away now, pushing a 2-round cushion. The momentum shift seems permanent at this stage. Phantom is really running away with this 19-16 lead. He simply refused to let the overtime slip away after that roller coaster. Vortex fought a war today, but that's just a dominant run. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on the red line for today's match. Phantom has won roughly 60% of their career encounters. That's a massive historical advantage that makes this early deficit a bit surprising. I'm wondering if he can use that experience to shut down Vortex's momentum. Phantom responds quickly by taking control of the ramp, leveling things up right away. Phantom pulls ahead, holding a slim lead over Vortex. We're all square now with both players tied up. He's certainly defying the odds with how he's playing tonight. These exchanges are getting incredibly fast, with these two reacting in a heartbeat. The top seed is starting to show his class. Phantom is cruising now, leading it 4-2. Vortex is really struggling to find an answer today. That's an absolute shutdown as he continues this roll, putting a serious dent in his opponent's confidence. Vortex just completely dismantled that attempt, proving he's not going down without a fight. He really needs to dig deep to claw back from here. Vortex strikes from the ramp, continuing this impressive rally to close the gap. The underdog is putting up a real fight in this series. Phantom uses the elevation of the ramp perfectly to stop that little run and regain control. The league's top-rated player is really asserting his authority here. Vortex is simply refusing to back down as he keeps the pressure high going into the break. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's certainly making a case for an upset here. He's coming off a huge 29-12 run over the last day, and that momentum is carrying over into this map. Fresh start for both of them. Unbelievable. Phantom barely survives that scramble to knock him off the ramp, keeping his lead alive. The world #1 is showing precisely why he holds that spot. Phantom is just too efficient from that high ground, leaving Vortex with absolutely no room to breathe. Perfect exchange from the ramp as he extends his lead to 10. The top seed is simply outclassing him in every aspect. Another effortless victory here, bringing the tally to 11 as he maintains total control. He is absolutely on fire right now, just one more step away from closing this out. What a way to end it. That was a total blackout of a final round to seal the victory. He just looks completely untouchable right now, and he's certainly making his dominance felt across the board. Welcome to the arena. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who can claim victory today. Vortex used that height advantage perfectly to secure the open. A rare early victory for him given their head-to-head record. Phantom has completely taken over their rivalry recently, sweeping their 3 previous encounters. The score is level now, but he clearly possesses a psychological edge in these head-to-heads. Vortex needs to find some answers quickly. Phantom holds a slim lead as we enter round 4. The best player on the ladder is looking quite comfortable here. Both players are deadlocked at 2 apiece now. Vortex is definitely fighting the tide today after that tough 13-29 stretch. Vortex is really starting to pile on the pressure here, putting the world #1 on the defensive. He really needed to shake off those early losses today. Absolutely effortless. He just can't be stopped right now. A clean response there, keeping the deficit to a single round. The higher seed is starting to show some teeth. Vortex really liked that ramp position, letting him secure the trade and extend his lead. He's fighting against a historical deficit in their head-to-head meetings. Phantom really made use of that verticality to bring things back to a 1-round game. The current world leader is starting to find his footing again. We're completely tied up at 5 apiece. A really tough stretch lately for the 5th ranked player. He's just completely unstoppable right now, surging ahead with a huge amount of momentum. A brutal stretch for a 5th ranked player lately. We're tied up at 6-all heading into the break. I mean, this is way closer than the oddsmakers thought it would be. Phantom is holding his own, though he'll need a strong start on the new side to close this out. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex takes a thin 7-6 lead into the next. The 5th ranked contender is proving far more resilient than expected. And just like that, Phantom pulls them level at 7. It's a total coin flip going into the back half. Phantom is really starting to put the pressure on now, putting his opponent in a tough spot with this lead. He really looks like he's in a different league today. Absolute stalemate as Phantom and Vortex sit at 8-all. An incredible show of nerve from the underdog here. Phantom sneaks back in front with the 9-8 lead. His current form is just on a completely different level. Phantom has been on a tear today, winning 30 of his last 42 rounds. That high volume of success is starting to weigh on Vortex, who's fought hard but can't seem to close the gap. He'll need a huge shift in momentum to keep this from sliding away. He completely shuts down any hope of a comeback with a huge play from the box. A relentless series of shots to put the pressure on. What a finish! He secures the final kill and takes home the victory. He's just utterly dominant lately. Vortex put up a valiant effort, but he's simply not the answer for the #1 seed today. Welcome everyone. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on Mapas. Let's see if the favorite can keep the momentum going. Phantom is usually a force to be reckoned with, boasting a 70% win rate on this particular layout. He's coming into this with a massive head-to-head lead as well. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually flip the script today. A total washout. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now. His recent 8-game slide isn't showing up here. That was an absolute brawl, but the momentum is clearly on his side now. Quite a turnaround after those 3 losses earlier today. Another flawless encounter. Vortex is just completely taking over this map. The top-rated guy in the league is really struggling to find answers. Finally, a response from Phantom to get back on the board. He's already secured 3 straight wins against him in their most recent encounters. Phantom has put together a 29-12 record over the last day. That kind of momentum is starting to translate into actual results here. He's definitely finding a way to bridge that early gap. Vortex is firmly in control with a 6-2 lead. He's a tough opponent, sitting in the top 5 for our rating. Vortex is just dominating, holding a commanding 7-2 lead. Quite a shift from the 13-8 result earlier today. It's just too fast for him. That's 3 straight for Vortex. He's completely shaking off those 3 straight losses from earlier. Phantom secures another quick out, keeping things interesting as they head toward the half. Vortex holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we anticipated. The favorite is simply in a better spot right now. Time to swap sides. Phantom trails by 3 as we start the second half. His recent dominance over his opponent is definitely starting to peak. Vortex is eyeing the finish line up 9-5. An incredibly snappy end to that exchange. Phantom is finally putting some pressure back on the lead, showing he can hang with the pace here. He's really leaning into that #1 ranking now. Vortex is really cruising now with a 10-6 cushion. It's a completely different story from their matches on Dunes. Vortex keeps the pressure on, leading by 3. It's a familiar script, mirroring that 13-5 result they had earlier today. Vortex is just far too quick. He caught Phantom right as he was stepping up the ramp. He's definitely playing above his usual rank today. That is just a shutdown. Vortex puts himself in a prime spot to secure this win. His second place rating today isn't preventing him from owning this set. What a finish. Vortex closes out the series with a huge final play to seal the victory. He's finally found his footing in this rivalry after getting swept in those previous series. A huge statement win for the underdog. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom has a massive advantage in the head-to-head record with a 60% win rate over these thousands of encounters. It makes sense why he enters this series as the heavy favorite. Let's see if Vortex can find a way to flip the script today. Vortex is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. He's certainly taking advantage of that early momentum. Phantom puts an end to that quick run by catching Vortex right on the ramp. We've got a dead heat early on. Phantom claws back into the lead with a 3-2 edge. He is definitely looking like the best player in the league right now. We're all squared up at 3 apiece now. Coming off an impressive win in their most recent clash. Vortex is looking really sharp right now, using that high ground to put a serious dent in the score. Phantom is reading his movements perfectly, shutting down any attempt to hold that ramp. The top-rated guy in the league is finally finding his footing. Vortex edges ahead by 1, putting on a clinic. A narrow margin separates these two in the current rankings. Vortex has completely overturned the script, since he's usually seen as the underdog in this specific matchup. He's taking full advantage of the momentum from that last win in their previous series. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this lead. Vortex holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the switch. Everything is playing out exactly as we predicted. He's got a solid cushion, but Phantom is still very much in the hunt. Let's see if Phantom can shake this off. Vortex is really pulling away with an 8-5 late. He's really fighting against the trend from their earlier sets today. Unbelievable, he survives with a sliver of health and barely manages to edge out the win. That was an absolute nail bite. Vortex is looking way too comfortable right now, shutting Phantom down from the window. The 5th ranked player is really asserting himself today. A strong response here, proving he's not gonna just let the game slip away. The gap is closing, but there's still a way to go. Total shutdown as he keeps the pressure high, refusing to buckle. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite. He secures another one from the ramp to pull this match even. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking control of the match with 4 straight wins. Vortex looks completely rattled after that sequence. He's just completely taken over, extending the streak to 5 as he nears the finish line. Another effortless round for the man of the hour, who is now just a single point away from victory. He is purely playing the role of the favorite right now. Vortex stays composed under the pressure, keeping the dream alive for now. A much needed breath of air for the trailing player. Vortex refuses to back down, digging in to keep this match alive. The underdog is starting to find his confidence. Unreal, he hangs on by a thread to force a tie, and we are headed for overtime. Total chaos at the end of regulation, with everything reset. A total lockdown by Phantom, who is refusing to let the momentum swing back. Just an incredible display of skill from the higher seeded player today. Vortex is showing incredible grit here, shutting down the momentum and bringing us back to a dead even score. Vortex is proving incredibly tough to beat, stepping up once again to reclaim the lead. This is just a brutal stretch for the higher seeded guy. Phantom just won a tense standoff, showing immense heart to bring this whole series back to a stalemate. The pressure is really mounting for both players in this overtime grind. A pristine shot from Vortex that puts him just one step from victory. That was an incredibly crisp exchange to take the lead. Absolute brilliance from Vortex to close it out and secure the victory. That was a monumental swing for the number 5 seed to close it all out. Phantom really felt like he had the win after that 6-round tear, but he just couldn't seal the deal. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom enters this as the clear favorite with a lifetime 60% win rate against Vortex, and honestly, the head-to-head history is heavily weighted in his favor, but we've seen Vortex take the lead in their most recent encounters today. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum holds. Vortex is just on another level right now, securing a hat-trick of rounds to start this match. The top-seeded player is really struggling to find an answer here. Unbelievable reflex speed, extending that run to a perfect 4-0 start. Finally, a response from the favorite, getting the first point on the board. The top seed is definitely trying to shake off those two recent losses. He's refusing to go away, stacking up 2 straight to close the gap. This is the kind of poise we expected from the higher seed. Absolutely effortless. He's surging now, keeping the streak alive to put massive pressure on the lead. He's completely flipped the script, evening things up and erasing that early deficit. A complete shift in power from where we started today. Vortex claims this one from the Wine to reclaim a slim lead. He's really having a day against the league's top seed. What a response. He's back in it, leveling the score at 5-5 after a gutsy recovery. Just an absolute deadlock as we head into the final stretch of the half. Vortex holds the high ground, catching him out from the Tetris to reclaim that lead. We're all squared up at 6 apiece heading into the break. Well, the world number 1 is simply refusing to let the match slip away. It's been an incredibly close start to this series. Time to see who blinks first. He secures the advantage from the Wine, continuing a gritty climb back into this match. Just a reminder that he enters this series with a huge target on his back. Total deadlock at 7. Oh, what a battle. Vortex is putting on a real clinic today. Vortex edges ahead again, taking an 8-7 lead. His recent losses are starting to weigh on him. He's simply too strong to put away, evening things up at 8-all. The underdog is making every single game a grueling fight today. Vortex regains control, pushing the score to 9-8. A very surprising result given the gap between them on the ladder. He's simply refusing to stay down, clawing back to a deadlock in this set. Another fast point for the favorite, and he's now fully in command of the series. He is starting to look like the heavy favorite again. Pure chaos as Vortex ties this up at 10 apiece. Hoping his recent run against the number 1 holds up. He secures the lead from the Wine, showing some real grit to stay in this fight. He's finally putting that superior ranking to use. These two just cannot stay apart. We are seeing a total deadlock as they trade rounds back and forth. What a scramble! He barely hangs on with 4 health to put himself on match point. Absolute nail-biter of a finish right there. What a stunner. He claws back once more to force an incredible tie at 12-12. Pure nerve. Both of these guys are playing flawlessly right now. He's really fighting for his life out there, and we might be looking at a massive upset if he can close this out. The pace is just lightning fast right now. These rounds are ending in a blink. Vortex is really capitalizing on his recent form today. He's simply on fire right now, picking up another easy one to put himself in a position to end this. Total dominance in the closing moments of the series. He simply refuses to go down, shutting that door shut with a lightning fast reaction. Tight duel to keep the pressure on for now. He's showing an incredible will to win, digging deep to push this series even closer. Both players are completely exhausted after that brutal stretch. Absolutely unbelievable. He secures the kill from the Tetris and now only needs one more to end it all. The pressure is mounting as we hit another dead heat. Vortex barely edges ahead, holding a thin 16-15 lead. And just like that, Phantom forces another tie at 16-16. Vortex barely scrapes by to take a 17-16 lead. Neither side is giving an inch in this marathon. Unreal. Phantom levels the playing field at 17-all. It is truly a battle of wills for both of these players. Phantom takes the lead, sitting one step ahead at 18-17. He is really starting to lean on that experience in the clutch. Phantom is surging ahead now with a 2-round cushion. He just couldn't let the underdog close this out, finally stamping his authority in the overtime stretch. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Phantom and Vortex stepping up for this match to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this server as the absolute #1 rated player in the league, and you can see that class showing in the way he's controlling the pace. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can force a shift in momentum early on. Vortex is really putting the pressure on a 2-1 lead. An interesting swing compared to how the betting outlook looked. He's completely outclassing his opponent right now, taking full control of the server. The momentum has completely flipped as he manages to secure his 4th straight round. The overall head-to-head history is heavily stacked in the first player's favor. He's shaking off the rust and finally showing some fights to close the gap. We're seeing that gap in skill finally start to shrink. Unreal. Vortex claws through that absolute carnage and barely scrapes through the round alive. His poor form lately makes this lead even more surprising. Vortex has really been the better man today, moving his overall record to 12-30 over the last 24 hours. It's a stark contrast to his recent struggles as he's finally managing to hold his own against the top seed. If he keeps this pace, he could genuinely steer this match to a close. What a survivor. Vortex manages to nail him off the box despite being a single shot away from death. Vortex holds a commanding 7-4 advantage now. The one seed is finally starting to dig in. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's played a very strong opening half. He's doing exactly what we expected from the favorite, though Phantom is still very much in the hunt. Fresh start for both players. Vortex maintains a steady lead, sitting comfortably at 8-5. Vortex has really found some confidence against the league's best player today. A completely unscathed exchange for Phantom as he continues to chip away at that deficit. Vortex is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. It's a strange day for both of them given their recent form. A tentative skirmish ends with another clean victory for the top seed as he continues to push forward. The top seed is slowly clawing back into this series. Vortex holds a tight 3-round cushion at 10-7. A really surprising display of confidence for the rank 5 player. Phantom keeps the pressure on, refusing to let the lead slip further away. It's been a tough afternoon for the higher ranked player so far. He's showing serious resolve, quickly securing another win to close the gap even further. Absolute chaos there. He barely hangs on by a thread to secure the round. A truly gutsy effort from the number 5 seed today. A sharp turn of events as he shuts down that rally and secures a huge advantage. A really quick finish to put him just one step away. He refuses to back down, weathering a brutal exchange to keep his hopes alive. A high tension sequence of rounds as we head into the final stretch. Vortex shuts the door on the series with a flawless final exchange to secure the victory. He really fought his way back into this one, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Phantom holds a huge historical lead with a 60% head-to-head win rate over Vortex. And honestly, looking at his current form today, it's easy to see why he's sitting at the top of our rating. He's just looking too sharp right now. Phantom is just cruising through this, leading 2-0. It's a dominant start from the highest rated guy on the ladder. He's just far too fast, managing to close out another one and stretch the gap to 3. He holds the advantage from the ramp to secure another one, putting the pressure on Vortex. He's looking like a powerhouse after a tough stretch of games earlier today. Vortex gets a clean look and secures the round, finally putting a mark on the board. The number 5 seed is finally starting to push back. Phantom rebounds instantly to push his lead to 5. The top-seeded player is playing exactly to his potential here. Neither of these guys wanted to give an inch of that ramp, but Phantom just had the faster reaction. The world number 1 is putting on a clinic today. What a scrap. Both players were nearly depleted, but Vortex manages to edge out the victory. He's proving he can definitely hold his own in these exchanges. Phantom has a total record of 29 wins to 13 losses over the last day. And honestly, that level of consistency is why he's a cut above right now. He's simply outclassing the field in this series. Phantom is simply untouchable, moving to an 8-2 lead. That gap in individual skill is starting to look like a canyon. Unbelievable. He barely survives that slugfest to extend his run right before the break. He's really taking advantage of a shaky morning for his opponent. Phantom takes a huge lead at 9-3. Well, he's making a strong case for himself as the underdog here. He's clearly the one in control of the server right now. Time for the swap. Vortex claws back 1 to make it 4-9. He's starting to find some momentum in the second half. Phantom is just relentless, pushing his tally up to 10. He's really validating those pre-match projections. Vortex is refusing to just fade away, keeping this series much closer than the numbers suggested. That's a surprising shift, given he was favored going into this. Phantom is just barely edging him out in these exchanges, making it very hard for Vortex to stage a comeback. The world number 1 is simply in a league of his own. Vortex is really digging in here. He's refusing to let the match slip away just yet. He's certainly fighting the trend of his overall 13-30 run today. Vortex just clears him off the boxes and keeps this run alive. Top seed is looking surprisingly vulnerable right now. The heat is firmly on his side now, taking another round to keep this surge going. Oh, total shift in energy as the lead begins to shrink. What a fight. He just barely manages to scrape through that exchange and keeps the comeback alive. Absolute chaos in the server right now. He just keeps on rolling, moving within a single round of a deadlock. His confidence is sky high after that clean exchange. Unreal. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing us to a deadlock at 11 all. The momentum is completely on his side right now. He just keeps on fighting and manages to shut him down for a massive lead. He's completely flipped the script from how this was supposed to go. A clutch stop there to force the issue, pushing this series into a wild overtime. The league's current top seed has found a way to stabilize. Complete shutdown for Vortex, who remains in total control of this match. A quick exchange there to put him in the driver's seat. He's simply outlasting his opponent in these firefights, proving just how tough he's been throughout this route. Absolute nightmare scenario for the favorite to be trailing like this. An absolute shutout in that exchange, putting him just one win away from victory. He's playing with an incredible amount of confidence. Superb reflex play by Phantom to keep the pressure high and stay in this fight. Just a blink and the round was over. Absolute madness. Vortex survives a brutal fight to close this out and complete the miracle comeback. He just refused to stay down, overcoming some truly brutal odds to secure this result in overtime. What a fight! Welcome to the show. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on Orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom is our top-rated player in the league, but he's clearly struggling to find his footing today after dropping a couple of close games to Vortex earlier. The pressure is really mounting for him to turn things around here. Vortex holds a commanding 2-1 lead right now. Despite the higher rating, he's simply not finding his marks today. The momentum is shifting back and forth perfectly, leaving us in a dead heat. Neither man seems to be getting a real grip on the series. Phantom Claws back ahead, putting him up 3-2. Vortex has been the one taking the series matches recently. Tough trade-off for Vortex, and he just can't keep the momentum going against this onslaught. The top seed is finally starting to assert his dominance. He's simply too fast right now, making it 4 straight for the favorite. His historical edge in these head-to-head bouts is really showing. A gritty battle of attrition, and he manages to dig in and secure the victory. That was a necessary answer to stop the slide. Phantom's a cut above with a 63% all-time win rate. And that general superiority is exactly why he looks so comfortable throughout this run. It'll be tough for Vortex to find a way back into this. Vortex just put on a statement, showing plenty of heart as he narrows the gap. That was an incredibly clean sequence to put the pressure back on. A patient battle of nerves, but he earns another victory to keep this rally alive. He's really carving out a path toward the potential comeback here. We're all square at 6 apiece, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected the start to go. Both players are staying competitive, making it almost impossible to call a favorite going into the second half. Let's see who blinks first. He's completely in control now, taking an unexpected lead as the comeback continues. Vortex is putting on a serious show tonight. Phantom answers back, bringing us level at 7-all. He's looking much stronger after a rough start to the hour. Phantom regains his edge, holding a slim 1-point advantage. He looks completely revamped after the struggle he had early on. Another huge play from the underdog to bring this series back to a deadlock. Vortex is refusing to let this lead slip away. He refuses to back down, extending this run to secure a 1-point advantage. The favorite is looking very vulnerable in this late game stretch. Phantom strikes back and we are tied at 9. A much better performance today than those previous losses. A slower exchange this time, but he emerges victorious to reclaim the 1-point lead. The underdog is absolutely refusing to let this series slide. He takes 0 damage in that long exchange, firmly putting the pressure back on Phantom. The underdog is truly playing like his life depends on it. Phantom really held his ground there, shutting down that aggressive push from the ramp. He's been in much better form over the last day. What a turnaround. He's just one round away from sealing the victory. Quite a shock seeing the top-rated man in this position. Unbelievable. After a brutal exchange, he secures the final kill to complete an incredible comeback and take the series. He's just continuing a nightmare of a series for the top seed right now. This is officially a massive shift in the power dynamic. What a fight. Welcome back to the Berserk League. We have Vortex and Phantom squaring off on fast aim to see who wins. Phantom is looking strong early on, managing to clear him right off the ramp for the first point. The top seed is making a statement early on. Phantom holds a strong 63% all-time win rate over his career. It's clear he's the higher rated player here, but Vortex is currently on a roll against him. He'll want to keep this pressure up to secure an upset. Vortex is playing these early rounds perfectly, keeping things tied up after that clever play from the window. It's been a tough run for the top seed lately. Phantom just picks him right off the one box to extend that lead. Vortex is fighting uphill after taking those 3 straight series from him. Phantom's firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. The best player on the ladder is clearly shaking off those early nerves. Phantom keeps the edge with a 4-3 lead. He's definitely shaking off some rust after that 3-game losing slide. Phantom really likes that ramp position. He just took control of the map from there. He's really showing that rank 1 pedigree right now. Vortex is making it a very tight series and he just wiped him out from the ramp. It's a surprising turnaround given their overall head-to-head history. And just like that, we are deadlocked at 5 apiece. Vortex seems to have his number today. He's simply untouchable right now, grabbing another one to put himself in the driver's seat. He's really taking advantage of that momentum from their previous maps today. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of tight battle we expected to see between these two. Vortex is staying sharp, but Phantom's 67% map win rate here makes him a huge threat for the second half. New sides, fresh start. Phantom barely edges ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. He's definitely leaning into that overall head-to-head advantage. Phantom is really capitalizing on his superior form today with a 28-15 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the previous matches where Vortex had completely dominated him. He is finally asserting his authority as the top-seeded player. A total deadlock at 8 each, neither side flinching. He's really playing like the underdog today. He just secured another flawless hit from the ramp to extend his lead. He has the world's best player on the ropes right now. Absolute chaos in that trade. He barely survives the scramble to move his lead to 10-8. That was a nail biter. He almost didn't get out of there. He's just on fire right now, pushing his current run to 5 straight. The 5th ranked player is completely erasing that rating gap right now. Phantom answers back with a hard-fought victory to keep the pressure high. He needs to find some stability if he wants to close this gap. He wins that exchange to put himself just 1 step away from the victory. Unbelievable. Vortex closes it all out with a clean finish to secure the victory. That is a massive result to cap off this series. This guy is just playing out of his mind against the #1 seed today. What a performance. Welcome to the arena. Vortex and Phantom are ready for a great match, though the favorite faces a tough test today. Vortex gets the jump from the boost to take an early lead in this one. The world's top-rated player is starting things off on the wrong foot. Phantom holds a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history. But Vortex is currently riding a wave of confidence after winning their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if those streaks can actually flip the script today. Vortex is absolutely dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's really making the top seed work for it today. A complete shutout here, and that makes it 3 straight for the underdog. The number 1 seed is looking completely lost here. Phantom answers back quickly, clearing the ramp and showing a lot of grit. He's proving why he entered this game as the heavy favorite. Unbelievable. Phantom barely clings on with a sliver of health to take him off the ramp. That's a scary tight gap in health. Vortex just secures another quick win from the ramp, extending his cushion to 2 rounds. It's a tough spot for the world's top seed right now. Vortex has a 55% win rate on this particular map. Well, it's clearly paying off as he's managing to disrupt the usual hierarchy of this matchup, and now the momentum is swinging entirely in his favor. Wow, a total slugfest that nearly went the other way, but Vortex manages to scramble away with the win from the ramp. Vortex heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. Honestly, everything is going exactly as planned for the favorite here. He's firmly in control of the pace as we move into the second half. Time to shake things up. What a scramble! He almost didn't make it, but manages to outlast the opposition from the ramp. He's really putting the pressure on the best player in the league. Vortex is cruising along now, holding a 4-round advantage. That was a quick response to get back on the board. Vortex is just relentless, now sitting pretty at 10-5. His overall record against this opponent is still quite lopsided. Phantom is fighting for his life here, and he needs to start stringing together more rounds if he wants to keep this in reach. Phantom is finally showing some fight, managing to hold that high ground and secure another round. The world number 1 is finally starting to look like himself. Vortex holds the line from the boost, shutting down Phantom's attempt to claw back into this. He's really putting a damper on the world number 1's day. Phantom is definitely tightening the gap here. He's not letting Vortex walk away with this easily. He keeps this surge going with another precise kill, continuing his climb back into the match. The confidence is clearly shifting back to the veteran here. Vortex holds his ground and comes out on top to move within a single round of victory. The underdog is really refusing to go quietly tonight. And that is it. Vortex closes things out from the boost to secure the victory. Just an absolute shocker today. He's completely flipped the script on the world's best player and takes the series. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on Italy, and the favorite has a big challenge ahead. Phantom is widely considered the best player in the league, but he's currently on a 5-match losing streak. That slump is a huge contrast to his usual high standard. It will be interesting to see if he can finally flip the script today. Deadlock already. Vortex and Phantom are neck and neck. He's definitely got the upper hand in their overall history. Phantom pulls ahead, taking a slim 2-1 lead. The rank 1 player is starting to show why he's the top seed. Vortex is refusing to let Phantom walk away with this one, keeping the pressure high. We're seeing a complete reversal of their recent series history here. Phantom's positioning was just better there, catching him wide open from the wine spot. A strong showing in a match where the odds favored his opponent. Phantom is really rolling now with a commanding 4-2 lead. The gap in overall experience is starting to show. That was a nail-biter of a standoff, but he comes out of it completely unscathed. The number 1 seed is really starting to exert his will. He's simply untouchable right now, cruising to a 4-round run. Vortex really needs to shake this off after those close losses earlier today. Absolute perfection from him, just totally shutting down any hope of a comeback. A patient exchange here, and he manages to come out on top. Vortex is putting those recent head-to-head victories to good use. Phantom is simply too strong in this specific pairing, boasting a 60% win rate over their thousands of matchups together. And while Vortex has had some great success lately, the raw history between these two is just overwhelming. It looks like the favorite is comfortably reclaiming his territory. Phantom heads into the break with a huge 9-3 cushion. I mean, we all expected Vortex to take control here, but the underdog is just completely different today. He's making it look easy. Phantom just wouldn't let him breathe, clearing him out from the wine spot in no time. It's a total reversal from those 3 losses he took earlier. Vortex is just completely out of sync, getting picked off before he can even make a move. He's definitely looking for a strong finish to cap off his day. Vortex shows a surprising bit of agility, tracking Phantom down and picking him off the Tetris. The number 3 seed is definitely fighting back. Phantom simply does not miss, cutting him down off the wine to reach match point. The disparity in their peak form is just too much right now. What a finish! He closes out the series with a perfect final blow to secure the victory. And just like that, the slump is over for the top seed. He looked completely refreshed out there to Welcome to the Dunes map for today's match. We've got Vortex and Phantom stepping up to see who takes the win. Phantom started strong, using that height advantage to secure the early lead. He's proving why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Phantom looks completely comfortable here, especially since he's sitting on a 28 and 16 record today. And that high confidence is clearly carrying over from their last encounter where he closed things out very quickly. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to shift the momentum. Phantom is just cruising along with a 3-1 lead. The best player on the ladder is putting his rank on full display. Vortex is hanging in there, refusing to let the top seed pull away too quickly. A tight exchange, given how lopsided their last trip to Italy went. What a fight! Vortex pulls through to even the score at 3-3, though he barely survived that exchange. The higher seed is finally feeling some pressure. And he's totally in control, picking him right off the box to take the lead. The top seed is finally looking vulnerable. A quick exchange there and we are back to a dead heat. It is a huge fight for the number 3 seed to stay afloat. Phantom edges ahead again, clinging to a narrow 5-4 lead. He's really leaning into that superior all-time win percentage. Vortex has clawed back to tie things up at 5-all. A complete reversal. The pace of these fights is getting incredibly fast. They're practically meeting in the middle now. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. The match is playing out exactly as we hoped it would, with the favorite staying right in the mix. Vortex looks ready to push for a lead after the side swap. Fresh start for round 13. Phantom is playing this perfectly, using those Tetris blocks to keep the upper hand right now. He certainly has the historical edge in these kinds of clashes. Phantom is really capitalizing on his day, having already secured 28 wins so far. It's an impressive run of form that is perfectly complementing his naturally higher skill ceiling. He's making it look easy to maintain this lead. Phantom still holds a narrow edge at 8-7. Vortex is really proving a point with his recent performance. Absolute deadlock now. Vortex and Phantom are tied at 8. He is capitalizing on a much better recent run through the league today. Phantom is showing a lot of grit, shutting down that little run to regain his lead. He's looking very sharp today after a productive session so far. Phantom stretches his lead to 10-8 after that trade. He's showing why the ladder has him at the very top. He's completely taking over from the box, securing another effortless victory. Total lockdown on those recent exchanges. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that one, showing some serious grit to stay in this fight. Just another clutch fight where he refused to go down. What a slugfest. Vortex digs deep to win another one, refusing to let his opponent pull away. He's really starting to find an answer for the higher seeded player. Phantom just shut that down completely, putting himself one round away from the victory. Favorite is firmly back in the driver's seat. Perfect read from Vortex to keep his hopes alive when the pressure was highest. That a crucial stand to force the tension even higher. He's simply too strong right now, forcing the deadlock at 12-all and pushing this into overtime. This is a complete reversal of their previous history. Unbelievable drive from him. That's another one in the bag, putting him completely on top. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor. What a response. He manages to shut things down and force a total stalemate in this overtime battle. The composure from the top seat is truly impressive tonight. He refuses to buckle, cleaning up the fight to pull ahead, 14-13. Absolutely lethal timing on that trigger pull. He just completely shut that down. Vortex is on fire, and now he's sitting on match point. Absolutely ruthless efficiency from the underdog. Phantom answers back with a strong play, keeping himself in the running. He's fighting back to prove his top tier ranking isn't for nothing. An absolute shutout to tie this back up, and now the pressure is completely on. Squeezing every single opportunity to stay alive. Phantom barely edges ahead, holding a slim 16-15 lead. Vortex levels the playing field, making it 16 apiece. Vortex takes the lead, moving ahead 17-16. Purely surgical timing to flip the script. His confidence is peaking at exactly the right time. Vortex surges ahead, holding an 18-16 cushion now. He is simply refusing to let up on this momentum. Vortex is flying, now sitting on a free round cushion. He finally brings the #1 seed down in an absolute war of attrition. This is the kind of performance that defines a season. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have a great match today as Vortex takes on the top-ranked Phantom. Vortex comes out swinging early, completely ignoring the height advantage Phantom had on the boxes. Phantom clearly holds the historical upper hand with a 63% all-time win rate. It is quite a contrast to see him struggling so much during these first few exchanges. I wonder if the weight of being the top seed is starting to get to him. Vortex is just dominating, leading 2-1. Coming off a 27-16 stretch today. He's clearly awake now. And just like that, Phantom claws back to a tie. He's looking every bit like the league's #1 right now. That's 3 straight for the favorite. Having waited out a long exchange to pick his target off the planks. Vortex is feeling the pressure from the top seed right now. Phantom just completely took over, cleaning up from the ramp to secure another one. It's a very convincing display for the current #1. He just can't stop now, putting Vortex in a deep hole from atop the toolbox. He's looking absolutely untouchable from the top spot on our ladder. He's just not letting up, securing a 6th consecutive win to put a firm grip on this game. Vortex is certainly paying the price for his recent losses today. He's just completely shifted the energy of this game, taking 7 straight to build a commanding lead. Finally, Vortex earns a round to keep himself in the fight. It is an interesting clash, given his ranking at the very top. Phantom's timing was perfect, catching Vortex as soon as he peeked toward the planks. That's a massive lead for the man at the top of the ladder. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, this is leaning toward a serious shock. Vortex was expected to take this one, but he's just not finding any answers for the underdog right now. Fresh start for both players. Phantom had the perfect line of sight from the window to shut that round down quickly. He's putting that top rating on full display. Vortex is starting to find some openings, taking control from the toolbox to keep the score ticking. The top 3 in our rating are certainly putting on a show. Vortex is on a roll now, effectively shutting down that ramp position to close the gap. Phantom puts a stop to that brief momentum shift, picking Vortex right off the ramp. He's firmly in control of the head-to-head lead. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle here, needing a big shift to stay in this. It's a surprising look for the one holding the top seed spot. Phantom secures the kill from the ramp, moving him within striking distance of the victory. He's basically closed the door on any hope of a comeback. Vortex stays cool and manages to pick him off those planks to delay the finish. That was an incredibly crisp reaction from the challenger. What a final shot. Phantom seals the deal from the ramp to take the victory. He really asserted himself with those lightning fast reactions, proving why he's still the gold standard on this map. Welcome to the arena. We've got a great match today between Vortex and Phantom to see who takes the win. Phantom is clearly the favorite here based on that historical 60% win rate. It's just surprising to see the #1 rated player start this slowly. We have to see if he can flip the script after a sluggish start. And just like that, Vortex has leveled the score. He's definitely showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Phantom is putting the pressure on now, simply too fast for Vortex to handle. He's certainly looking more comfortable after that 28-16 day. He just won't let up, taking the fight right up to that boost to secure a 3rd straight round. A total contrast to how their match on Blame Dunes ended. He shuts it down from the Tetris, extending his current lead to 4 straight. He's asserting a massive amount of control throughout this series. Unbelievable endurance from him to survive that exchange and keep this streak alive. He's really putting the top spot on the ladder to good use. He's simply too quick, taking another effortless round to extend the gap. A total shutout as he adds a 7th consecutive victory to his tally. It's a dominant showing from the league leader. Finally, Vortex finds an opening to pluck him off the Tetris. He's showing a lot more confidence than he did on fast aim. Vortex has historically struggled in these matchups, trailing by over 700 total round wins. That's why this recent shift in momentum is so surprising. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this rally going. Vortex keeps this rolling, picking him off the box to stay hot, heading into the break. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor before this break. Phantom leads 7-5. I mean, he's playing exactly like the #1 ranked player we expected to see. Even with that late surge from Vortex, the favorite is comfortably in the driver's seat. Let's see if that momentum holds. Vortex stays aggressive and knocks him off the ramp to keep this rally alive. The underdog has finally found a way to keep the pressure high. Phantom holds a slim 2-round edge as we enter round 14. He's showing the composure you'd expect from the league's top seed. Unreal. He barely survives that encounter, clinging to a tiny sliver of health to keep this comeback alive. Just an absolute nail-biter of an encounter. Phantom manages to hold that high ground on the Tetris and keeps his lead. He's definitely playing to the standard of that #1 ranking. He puts on a clinic from the boost, proving he is far from out of this fight. This is definitely not looking like a one-sided stomp anymore. Phantom stays out in front with a 2-round cushion. He really seems to have the upper hand in their overall rivalry. Phantom holds the line and secures a huge advantage by taking that fight from the box. His overall lead in the head-to-head is starting to feel substantial. That was way too easy, and now he's just one victory away from the finish. Vortex looks completely shaken after that exchange. Vortex manages to dig deep and secure a crucial point to keep the dream alive. Slowing things down just enough to breathe a little. He's showing that he can hang with anyone on this map. And there it is. Phantom secures the final point to seal the victory. He really asserted himself early on and never looked back. Vortex put up a fight, but he just couldn't close the gap. Welcome to the stream. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Phantom earns the early advantage by catching Vortex as he pushed up the ramp. The top seed is making a strong statement right out of the gate. Phantom really likes that Tetris spot, just shutting down anyone coming up the ramp. The number 1 seed is looking dangerous today. He's completely in control, continuing this run to a 3-round lead. The ladder rankings are reflecting a lot of truth right now. He's simply too fast. Picking another opponent up from the ramp. He just isn't letting up, extending that lead to a commanding 5 rounds. He's definitely proving why he's the top-rated player right now. Simply untouchable. He takes another one to push his lead to 6-0. Everything about this feels like a total collapse for the number 3 seed. Vortex finally puts a round on the board after a patient encounter. He's usually the one with the edge in the betting odds. Phantom is back in that favorite spot, making it very hard for Vortex to get any traction. He's really putting that high rating to use this afternoon. Phantom is really dominating their head-to-head history with over 2,000 total round wins. That massive gap is usually why he enters these matches with so much confidence. I wonder if this sudden pushback from Vortex can actually shift the momentum. Phantom is starting to look a bit shaky here as the gap begins to shrink. A glimpse of the form he showed during those Blame Dunes clashes. That was a frantic scramble on the ramp. And Phantom comes out on top to shut down that mini run. He's definitely outplaying the odds today. It's 9-3 for Phantom heading into the break. I mean, we really expected Vortex to handle this one, but he's getting completely outclassed. Phantom has a massive 58% map win rate here, and it shows. Time to swap sides. Phantom was waiting for him, shutting down that ramp push before Vortex could even react. He's really putting that top rank on display today. Vortex really digs in here, fighting for a win while both of them were fighting for space on that ramp. It is definitely a close fight, despite how the rankings look. Vortex has spent most of the last day struggling, managing only a 16-29 record. It's clear he's fighting a mental battle against himself right now. This little surge is a great sign, and it'll be interesting to see if he can actually bridge that gap. Unbelievable. He manages to claw out a victory from that ramp with his health almost gone. What a wild swing in momentum to see right now. He's completely on fire now, picking that target off the ramp to bring the score to 7-10. He's really shaking the confidence of the best player on the ladder. The lead holds as Phantom secures another win from the ramp. The top spot on the ladder is certainly showing its value. He's really putting up a fight now, managing to secure another point from that ramp. He's definitely playing with something to prove after those previous losses today. He refuses to go away trading shots to bring this game even closer. A very composed finish to keep the pressure high. A patient fight that finally breaks in favor of Phantom, leaving him just one step away from victory. He's really starting to look like the favorite again. Vortex shows incredible grit here, refusing to let this series slip away just yet. He is certainly refusing to crumble under that pressure. What a way to finish it. Phantom stays perfectly cool to secure the final point and seal the series. He really had to sweat those late rounds, but that early momentum carry was just too much. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off today to see who takes the win. Phantom currently holds a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history. It's an imposing record that makes this early lead for Vortex feel like a bit of a shake-up. I'm wondering if that's a sign of something shifting in the momentum. We're completely deadlocked now with both at 1. He's definitely playing like the top-rated guy on the ladder right now. Vortex is now firmly in control with that 2-1 lead. He's showing some real resolve after those 3 losses in a row. That was a lightning fast exchange to even things up. This match is moving at a blistering pace. Vortex is pushing further ahead, now leading 3-2. It's a surprising shift after those 3 losses he just took. Phantom Claws back to tie things up at 3-all. It's a stark contrast to how his day has gone so far. Phantom's using the height advantage to his benefit here, putting a bit of pressure on Vortex. The number 1 seed is quickly asserting his dominance here. unreal. He barely clings to life there to secure a huge tie at 4-4. Neither side is blinking first in this fight. Vortex barely edges ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. He's really fighting back after those 3 losses he took today. Phantom strikes back, leaving us completely level at 5. He seems to be shaking off that slow start he had today. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to take the lead back. 6-5. That's a strong way to close out his most recent match. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's interesting to see the supposed underdog in charge right now. Vortex is trying to hold on, but Phantom is making the most of his 63% win rate on this map. Let's see if the trend continues. Vortex finds a way to shut that down, pulling him off the Tetris to keep things close. He's showing some guts considering his recent record against the #1 seed. Phantom has a 28-16 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this game, while Vortex has had a much tougher run today. We're starting to see that disparity in confidence show up in the scoreline. Phantom just edges ahead to hold an 8-7 lead. Vortex keeps fighting to stay in this thing. He's really digging in deep for this series. Phantom just secures a critical double-digit lead, and he did it by staying perched up high. The top seed is really showing his class here. Phantom is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-7. He's simply not missing right now. Cruising toward the finish line with another flawless round. He's completely locked in, now moving just 1 step away from the victory. He's completely seized the momentum from here. A measured encounter that finally ends with him coming out on top, putting a temporary halt to that slide. Vortex is refusing to just let this one slide. Another rapid hit from Vortex, but Phantom is still just 1 round away from securing the victory. He barely walks away from the chaotic fight, keeping this series alive with another win. He's really putting a lot of pressure on the lead now. Absolutely staggering. That's 4 straight for Vortex, and he's refusing to go down without a fight. It's a completely different game than the early stages. Incredible. He forces the map into overtime, erasing that deficit completely with 5 straight wins. It's a complete toss-up heading into the final round of regulation. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely survives with a sliver of health to take a 13-12 lead. That's a familiar feeling for the top-rated player on the ladder. Phantom is starting to pull away, reclaiming a 2-round buffer as he pushes for the win. Vortex manages to secure another crucial frame as he keeps his hopes alive in this series. The gap in their ladder positions isn't telling the whole story today. catches his opponent on the box to bring this series completely level at 14-14. Just a heart-stopping level of consistency from the underdog. He's completely taken over the map now, racking up a third consecutive win to put himself on the verge of a victory. A swift reaction from the box helps Phantom secure a huge equalizing frame. Phantom secures the slim 16-15 advantage. Phantom extends the gap to 17-15 with that play. He's proving why he sits at the very top of the ratings. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 18-15. Vortex cuts the lead to 18-16 right now. The pressure is definitely mounting as we head deeper into these extra frames. Phantom is looking strong, sitting 3 rounds ahead. He really leaned on that top-tier experience to survive that insane push in overtime. Vortex fought with everything he had to force a miracle. What a battle. Welcome to the stream. Vortex and Phantom are stepping onto orange to see who comes out on top today. Phantom has the historical edge here with a 60% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. Well, it's surprising to see him start slow after such a dominant stretch against this opponent recently. He'll need to adjust his approach quickly. He's simply untouchable right now, putting up a perfect 3 only start. Finally, a response from Phantom, winning a fierce battle on the ramp to get his first point. He's finally starting to play like the... Vortex pushes his lead to 4-1 with a massive play. A surprising turn of events for the top-rated guy on the ladder. What a scrap! He manages to scrape through that exchange by the skin of his teeth. He is really fighting for every single pixel of health today. Vortex is putting together an impressive run, considering he's been on the losing end of things lately. And honestly, he's managed to flip the script today. We're seeing a completely different dynamic than their usual encounters. He's showing some real grit here, narrowing the gap to just 2 rounds. He's showing why he's the preferred pick for the series. He's steadily clawing back into this game, securing another consecutive round to tighten the grip. The higher rank is definitely starting to assert himself. Vortex still holds a slim 6-4 advantage here. A real contrast to those 3 straight losses we saw earlier. He holds his ground in the exchange to stay within striking distance before the break. This is a tough spot for him, but that persistence is paying off. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how I expected things to go, given how closely matched these two have been. Expect a total toss-up as they switch sides. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex manages to break the deadlock, moving ahead 7-6. He's playing much better than his current day's 15-29 record would suggest. He's showing some incredible fortitude to drag this back to a dead heat. That brings us right back to a deadlock. The tension is sky high with everything completely reset. Vortex edges ahead by 1 in this absolute thriller. He's certainly making life difficult for the world number 1. Vortex is putting some serious distance between him and Phantom. The momentum has completely shifted from their previous encounters. A very measured fight here, and he walks away with a completely unscathed win to keep this rally going. That was an incredibly clean sequence to put the pressure back on. Another perfectly executed sequence puts things dead even between these two. A massive momentum swing in a matter of minutes. Unreal. He clutches out a chaotic brawl to move into the lead. He's showing an incredible level of poise under pressure. Phantom is simply on fire, picking up his 4th straight to take a 2-round lead. The gap in experience is starting to show. What a fight. Vortex barely manages to survive that grueling exchange to keep things interesting. Just a massive difference in their total match counts over the years. He remains completely untouched in that standoff, putting him just a single round away from victory. He's definitely regaining the confidence he had in those early exchanges. Absolutely incredible. He closes the gap and finishes the series with a perfect shot. That was purely about mental toughness in the end. He just refused to let it slip away after that incredible rally. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Phantom are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top today. Phantom enters today with a massive historical advantage, winning 60% of their head-to-head meetings. It's interesting because Vortex is actually the one who has been favored by the analysts recently. We'll see if that early round can shift the momentum. Phantom holds the lead, pushing the score to 2-1. The world's best player right now is really showing that class. We're back to a deadlock here. Neither one is letting the other get a real grip on the series. The number 1 rated player is feeling the pressure now. Phantom is showing no mercy today, catching Vortex right off the toolbox to keep the lead. That's stark contrast to his 1430 record from the last 24 hours. Phantom's just dominating, putting him up 4-2. He's coming into this one with a much better day overall. Vortex earns himself some breathing room, securing that round from the ramp. He's really fighting to shake off those earlier losses to the top seed. Phantom has clearly been the stronger player today, boasting a 28-15 record over the last day. That confidence is translating directly into this set, and he's making the most of his current form to build this cushion. Phantom really knows how to use that ramp to put the pressure on, and he's certainly feeling the momentum right now. The current world number 1 is simply in total control. He's refusing to back down, digging in to claw back into this match. He is starting to look like the underdog we saw in the pre-match projections. He just blasts Phantom off the ramp, keeping his momentum alive as we approach the halfway mark. He's definitely finding a way to stay in this fight. We go into the break with Phantom ahead 7-5. Well, this is definitely leaning toward an upset given the pre-match expectations. Phantom is playing the role of the spoiler perfectly so far. Time to switch it up. Phantom still holds a slim 3-round edge over Vortex. The top-rated player in the world is putting on a clinic here. Phantom is cruising now, extending his lead to 9-5. The top seed is really asserting his authority in this one. Another effortless kill for Phantom, who is absolutely tearing through the competition right now. It's a tough spot for the 5th ranked player to be in. Absolutely ruthless. He's simply too fast, taking a 4th straight round without taking a single point of damage. He's just totally in control, shutting things down from the toolbox to put himself 1 round away from victory. Vortex is really struggling to find any answers for him. Game over. He finishes a 6-round tier with a final burst from the ramp to secure the win. He really lived up to that number 1 spot today, just completely outclassing the competition from start to finish. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Vortex taking on Phantom in a clash where the top seed looks strong. Phantom is currently the #1 ranked player in the league, so a slow start is definitely unexpected. He's also dominated this head-to-head matchup historically. We need to see if he can shake off the nerves and find his feet early. Vortex is just tearing through these early rounds, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that ramp. Coming in with a struggling 14-31 record today, he looks incredibly sharp. He's completely taking over this match, making it a 3-0 lead. This is a total reversal of their head-to-head history. Finally some resistance. He walks away completely unscathed to secure his first point of the set. He's a dangerous guy when things start to shift in his favor. The top seed holds the high ground and makes it a tight contest again. The early lead for the underdog is starting to shrink fast. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that fight and secures the tie, completing a wild recovery. Absolute nail-biter, he really stared death in the face there. He just completely dismantled that defensive hold on the ramp, continuing his charge back into this game. He's starting to look like the heavyweight favorite now. Vortex barely survives a brutal exchange to knock him off the ramp and tie things up. A strong mental reset for him after those earlier losses. He just completely takes control from the ramp, finally edging ahead in the score. The experience is starting to show in these critical exchanges. He shuts down the attempt from the ramp, firmly reclaiming the lead. Just a reminder, has consistently been the more lethal of the two. The momentum has shifted completely as he secures a third straight point with a flawless finish. The gap in their raw skill is becoming very evident here. It's 7-5 in favor of Phantom, and honestly, this is a huge relief for the top seed after that shaky start. He's staying ahead of the pace and showing why he's been so consistent in their head-to-head history. Time to swap sides. Another strong result for Phantom, who easily out-dueled his rival from the ramp. A very clean exchange that keeps the pressure on. Manages to pull him down from the Tetris, showing real guts to climb back into this match. It's looking like the expected outcome for this pair. Another clean victory from the ramp as he extends the current run. The gap between these two is looking wider by the minute. He's just in complete control now. Picking up another effortless point to extend his run. Vortex is really struggling to find an answer to the top seed. Vortex manages to drag him off the Tetris to get a point back on the board. The 5th player in the world refuses to just go away. Vortex has tightened the grip on this series, and suddenly this feels like a fight for every single point. He's really fighting against a steep hill given their history together. A huge shift in energy here as he keeps the momentum rolling, extending his streak to 3. The #1 ranked player looks completely rattled right now. comeback story continues as he puts together a perfectly clean round to keep the pressure high. He is completely dismantling the expectations for this encounter. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting together 5 straight points to close the gap. Total chaos for a guy who usually dictates the pace. What a fight. Phantom barely hangs on with a sliver of health to put himself 1 round away from victory. He's got the nerves of steel to close that out. Vortex keeps the dream alive by securing a dominant kill from the ramp. The pressure is really building for the favorite now. Unbelievable, he claws back from the brink and survives with just 14 health to close out the match. He really had to dig deep to survive those last few rounds. This is one win he'll be happy to have in the books. He really earned that one. Welcome to the stream. We have Vortex and Phantom facing off on Italy, with the clear favorite looking for another big win. Phantom holds a massive lead in their lifetime, head-to-head with over 2,000 wins. He's effectively owned this particular matchup across their shared history. We just have to see if Vortex can finally break through and stop this momentum. Phantom's just edging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is refusing to let him pull away early. Phantom is looking really sharp right now, consistently putting the pressure on in these early exchanges. The top seed is really asserting his authority early on. Phantom is dominating, extending his lead to 4-1. The number 1 seed is simply too clean today. He's simply walking through this match, barely taking any damage while extending the gap. He's putting on a clinic after a strong day already. He's just untouchable right now, taking total control of the pace with another flawless win. It's looking very similar to those tight maps they played earlier. Vortex snaps that run of rounds to keep himself in the fight. Phantom has been absolutely tearing through the competition with a 31-14 record over the last day. So yeah, he's bringing that high energy momentum right into this match. It's making a huge difference in how he's controlling the server. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to slow him down. Phantom's comfortably ahead, now sitting on a 7-4 lead. it's a complete reversal from those losses he took just minutes ago. Phantom holds a narrow 7-5 lead heading into the switch. I mean, the ratings might have pointed to Vortex today, but the #1 seed is simply proving why he holds that spot. He's looking very strong right now. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom still in the driver's seat at 8-5. He really looks like the top player on the ladder right now. Absolute lightning reflex is there. He makes it look easy to close the gap. Vortex is finally starting to build some ground here. Phantom's firmly in control with a free round cushion. He's really making his case as the top seed in this series. Phantom is really cruising now with a 10-6 lead. The momentum has shifted entirely back to the top seed. A staggering display of speed as he wipes the floor with the opposition to extend that run. Total control again. And now he's just one round away from victory. Just a complete mismatch based on the rank gap. Wait, he actually finds a way to stay alive. Vortex manages to claw back one more. That was a tight trade, but he managed to come out on top. He puts on a great show from the wine to keep this game alive. We're seeing a much different story than what the rankings suggested. He's just not letting up. That's 3 straight for the underdog, keeping his hopes alive. Vortex is really fighting through the pressure right now. He's just on fire right now, securing another round to keep the dream alive. It's getting incredibly tense as the gap closes. And there it is, Phantom secures the final kill from the wine to take it all. Vortex really pushed him to the limit in those final rounds, but he just couldn't find the finishing touch. He had to work for that. welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on Orange to see who takes the win. Phantom has a massive career lead in their head-to-head, having won over 2,000 of their meetings. Well, that historical gap is really showing today. Now it's just a matter of seeing if Vortex can find any answer to the top seed. The momentum has completely shifted, and he's now rolling with a clean 3-round sweep. He's entering this match with a massive 8-game win streak. Vortex shows some grit here, grabbing a round to slow things down. Phantom is dominating, sitting comfortably at 4 rounds. He's certainly looking like the best player on the ladder right now. Phantom is just relentless, cruising to a 5-1 lead. His recent form is just terrifying, with a 90% win rate lately. Vortex has really been struggling today, managing only 13 wins over the last 24 hours. It's clearly been a rough stretch for him. The pressure is certainly on to pull a few more rounds back if he wants to stay in this. Vortex keeps the pressure on, putting together a second straight win to close the gap. He's starting to shake the favorites' confidence. Phantom still holds a commanding 3-round cushion. Tough day so far for the number 5 rated guy. Phantom is cruising with a strong 7-round lead. He's continuing to look completely locked in against his rival. That was practically instantaneous. Vortex is really speeding up his reaction time as we approach the half. Phantom takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's making a strong case for his top seed ranking. He really owns this map with a 62% win rate, and he's putting that advantage on full display right now. Time to swap sides. Phantom keeps the pace with a commanding 9-4 lead. The top seed is making this look like a total breeze. Unreal. He survives a brutal firefight with a tiny sliver of health to get this one. Phantom is nearly home with a massive 10-5 lead. Everything is going exactly according to the bracket here. Vortex finally claws back one more to make it 6-10. He's really fighting an uphill battle given that rating gap. Phantom just needs a couple more here and it's all over. He looks practically untouchable today. What a scrap. Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the dream alive. He needs a massive spark to turn his day around. The gap is closing quickly now. We're seeing a completely different side of Vortex in these final rounds. He shuts the door on the comeback attempt and is now just a single round away from victory. The top seed is finally regaining his composure. Vortex keeps his hopes alive with another clutch stop. This is definitely not the blowout the pundits expected. Absolute perfection. He closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the series. He's just completely rewritten the narrative with that performance. Phantom really proved why he's sitting at the top of the world rankings right now.